Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this special called workshop of the Temple City Council for Thursday, May the 3rd. Our time now is 1:33. We are in the workshop session, and we have a couple of items in number, but a lot to do this afternoon, a lot of people to hear from. First item is discuss as may be needed regular meeting agenda items for the meeting posted for Thursday, May the 3rd. And council, anything that you want to bring up at this point from this evening's agenda? Any items for clarification, anything on consent? No, if not, we'll move into the main thrust of this meeting. Item 2 is to receive presentations from the following public service agencies regarding their activities and funding requests for the fiscal year 2012-2013, and each one of these will be introduced as they come forward. I think David Blackburn's going to kick this session off.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
As the Mayor indicated, we have a number of items to cover this afternoon. This is your annual Public Service Agencies presentation that we do in concert with your budget. Each year we've done it this time and this way for the past several years. And I've got just a few slides I'm going to kind of walk through or skate through a little bit. Feel free to stop me at any point if you have any questions about these, and then we'll launch right into your presentations from your respective public service agencies. For the first slide, what is a public service agency? The first thing you probably need to define and make sure we're all on the same page with that. But a PSA, as we refer to them, is an outside agency or organization that helps the city leverage service delivery and funding levels. And that's really one of several ways to say they're agencies that I believe that we have found, from the city's perspective, lend strategic value to our community. And our strategic value to our efforts at delivering services and programs to our community. And by the programs and services that these agencies deliver in a wide variety of areas. It could be, and we listed many of them on the screen there, but whether it's public health and safety or transportation, social services, economic development, leisure services, tourism, cultural, all of those areas certainly the city has an interest in, the community has an interest in, and the ability of some of these agencies to provide some program and service level in those areas certainly assists the city, but it also benefits the community. And that's a reason why we have this process, these programs, and these grant dollars in place. Next slide. There are three primary sources of funding for our PSAs. The general fund, you're aware of, hotel motel fund, and CDBG fund. Two of those three funding sources are restricted, as you can see on the screen there. So it bears mentioning anyway, at least in general, what those restrictions are. For hotel motel funding, we can only use those for tourism and cultural services. That is a state law mandate, and there are some provisions in state law that even give further refinement on what that means. So we always have to be mindful of those. And so while those funds may be there, they are only available for those purposes. And in CDBG, again, you're familiar with our Community Development Block Grant Program. We've had that in place for many years in the community. Those can only be used for qualified public services. We go through a separate process, vet applications for those funds through our Community Service Advisory Board, and then are approved by council as a part of your annual CDBG action plan. And that's not part of today's presentation. So those are also sources for our PSA agencies. Just a moment about funding levels and the requests that were received in FY12. This current fiscal year, we received $762,112 in requests for funding from 16 PSAs for the general fund and hotel motel fund applications only. The city, in this current budget year, funded 13 of those to the amount of $589,252. In this upcoming fiscal year, FY13, we have received $813,621 in requests for funding from 18 PSAs. So if you do the math there, I think that's about a 6.5–7% increase, I think, in dollars, and a couple more PSAs have also been added to the list in terms of requesting funding. Our funding process, we go through what we call an open application process, and what that means is there really is no assumptions of funding nor any preset priority given to funding or applications that are received. It truly is an open process each and every year. We evaluate each application on its merits each year and then make a recommendation to you through the preliminary budgets based on that. So that's in large part what that open application process is, which is why sometimes you have different agencies or new agencies applying from one year to the next. The next step in the process after we receive the applications, we go through an application period, offer them the ability to, we have at least one session for, it's not mandatory I don't believe, but one session where they can come in and ask questions about the application, the process, just any questions they might have. Then there's a deadline. Once we get all the applications in place, then we begin working those through our staff development of the budget. But we also schedule a presentation to council and myself. That presentation is today. That's the one we're talking about. It's optional for agencies requesting less than $25,000. What happens after today is I will continue working on the budget and going through that process. As you know, your budget will be filed the end of June, June 29th, I think, but toward the end of June. And within that budget, you will see recommendations for funding the PSAs. And at that point in time, so up until that point, really after today, I go back and I assess the information that I've received, the information that you've received through this process, through this hearing, and any other sources that I've got. I'll look at those. But I really do rely fairly heavily on the application process and the materials that I receive, as well as the hearing today. After the budget is filed, then council has the opportunity to revise or modify the preliminary budget, and that includes recommendations related to the PSAs. So you have an opportunity from the end of June until the adoption of the budget. Practically speaking, I would say it's the month of July for you to make adjustments or changes or modifications to the budget, including the PSAs if you choose to do so. And then in terms of presentation guidelines for today, which we've advised our presenters on our PSAs, they're required to submit a funding request packet. You have a notebook in front of you. Behind each one of those tabs, beginning I think on tab 2, and going through the end of the notebook, are the PSA packets for each one of the PSAs. So that's whatever we have received from them to date, you have in the notebook in front of you. The presentation and additional materials are options, so we don't require them to do PowerPoints or supplemental materials or any of those things. That's purely at their option if they choose to do so. The only thing that is required is completion of the application, and you do have a copy of that. And all of the agencies that you see here today, or will hear from today, as well as that are in the notebook, have completed that application process. So from that standpoint, we need them administratively complete. The agencies are asked to limit their comments to 10 minutes, which I know is a challenge, and I apologize, but it's the nature of the process given the number of agencies that we have and the time allotment that we have. But they're asked to limit their presentation to 10 minutes with about 5 minutes reserved for Q&A, so if you have some questions from the dais, you have an opportunity to do that. At a minimum, we try to address 3 questions as we go through our application process, but also through the consideration process, at least from my office. I want to highlight these because they are significant, certainly from my chair, as I review these applications. One of the things that we look for is an overview of the agency, who they are, what they do, what services they provide. We secondly look for the purpose of the program. What's the purpose or the objective that their program or service area is, as well as the benefits of funding their program or service area and the consequences of not funding that. And typically, if those things are not offered in their application or in their comments, then I will ask those, as you've seen in years past. So I usually ask those kinds of questions if they're not already addressed. And then the objectives and measures of performance of the program. Those 3 things from my chair are things that I look at very closely in formulating my recommendations to you in the preliminary budget. Next slide. The next couple of slides that you see are right behind tab 1 in your notebooks. These are just some charts that give you a sort of a big picture look and a little bit of history. I think there's maybe 2 years worth of history, 2010 and 2011 funding levels for the agencies that were funded over those past 2 years, and then the funding requests that we received from the agencies that, again, that you'll hear from. Some of these you'll hear from today. But that's just intended to give you, again, kind of a big picture look as well as a little bit of history. And I won't go through either one of those because you've got them in your notebook and you're going to hear from many of these as you go forward. The last one I did want to mention, though, the CDBG fund. I don't know that that one is in your notebook. I'm going to have to double check. It's, again, a separate process. We're not talking about CDBG funding today. That's separate. But I did want to highlight that, as I did earlier, there are actually 3 funding sources that we utilize for public service agency funding, and one of those is CDBG funds. There is no restriction on an agency making an application for funding from multiple sources. So they can, and there's no negative or there's no negative consequences associated with that either in terms of considering it, because we consider each one of these on the face of the application for the program or service area and the funding source that we're looking at. So, for example, on the CDBG funds, I think there are 2 agencies on that list that are also asking for funding from the general fund. The Help Center as well as Hill Country Community Action, I think, are the 2 that are on both lists. And again, there's nothing negative about that. That's just to let you know that both they're asking for funding and are eligible potentially for funding from the CDBG list. So that's just one of the things I wanted to highlight. Okay, I think that was my last slide, and I'm actually dead spot on time, so that's a good thing. Be happy to answer any questions. We did not schedule, just a logistical item, we did not schedule any breaks this year. So my expectation is that there will be no breaks. I'm just kidding. That's not it. My expectation is that you'll take a break when you need a break. And we'll certainly work with that. So I'll certainly defer to the chair and to the mayor and to the council in terms of that. But we did not schedule any this year. We've tried that a couple of years and it never seems to work out. So we're going to let you do as you please in that regard. Happy to answer any questions or let Bryn answer a few questions. I want to thank Bryn for the work she does on this process. She pretty much handles it from start to finish the past couple of years and has done a very good job of that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Council questions before we move on? Don't need a break yet? No? Okay. All right. Well, we'll just, if there are no questions for David or Bryn, thank you very much, Bryn, for all your work. Appreciate it. It's a nice packet. Very user-friendly. Thanks. We'll move into our presentations. Our first presentation is from Broward County Expo Center, and we have Mr. Tim Stevens here. And, Tim, good to have you here again. Welcome. I said it's good to have you here again. Welcome.
I didn't know I was going to get to be first either.
First out of the chute.
Appreciate that. I'm here to talk today and appreciate the opportunity, Council, Mayor, Council, to speak with you about your continued support of our convention, sales, and marketing position that we presented for the first time last year. We feel like this is a very important position that for the Expo Center because we think it supports one of the primary reasons we exist out there, and that is to bring in events, to bring in the convention-type events that stimulate the economy, that brings in outside money into our area and is spent with our area businesses, our hotels and restaurants and shopping and all those types of things. And that's one of our main reasons of existence at the Expo Center, is certainly for what it can do to provide a positive economic impact for this area. And this position supports that, and actually the responsibilities of it are to bring in new convention business. Last year, you remember, was the first time we asked for this, and when I was presenting last year, we were still kind of in the process because our thoughts on this were that it made good sense to go to the cities in Bell County and ask for this, since they're the recipients of the hotel tax, to be able to reinvest some of that hotel tax into a full-time marketing position that would in turn bring in new business and even more hotel tax with the business that it can generate. So we felt like it made good sense to go to the cities, and we did that. At the time I presented last year, we were unsure about who was going to participate in that. It was all kind of happening at the same time. But in any case, at the end of the day, after a lot of discussions and a lot of presentations and that kind of thing, pretty much all the cities came to the table to help in some way with funding this position, which I think is a really good collaborative effort on all the cities. Of course, Temple participated, Belton participated, Parker Heights, Killeen, and Salado. So we pretty much got the participation of everybody that we asked for on different levels, based on what we felt who received the most benefit from the Expo Center and that kind of thing, based on the feasibility study we did a couple years ago. But in any case, everybody participated, and everybody is participating, and we felt like that was a good thing, and we're asking for that again. We're not asking for an amount that necessarily required a presentation today, but I mainly wanted to be able to introduce our convention sales and marketing person today, Ashley Bland, over here, that came on board with us about the 1st of March. And she has done a lot in a couple of months. She's worked a lot in establishing a database of groups that we should be focusing on. There's been software to buy. There's been to help in her marketing efforts. She's worked some trade shows with your own Nancy Glover over here. And I think I asked Nancy when I hired Ashley to kind of mentor her and help her. I think Nancy's a real professional and does great things for the city of Temple. And so they've gone to some trade shows together and have worked closely on a collaborative type effort, as she also has with Belton and Killeen, Parker Heights, and Salado. So anyway, I wanted to introduce her to you today. Like I said, she's been already making a lot of contacts, and in that time has also kind of going up an overall marketing plan for us as far as convention sales is concerned. She spends 100% of her time currently in the convention sales side of things, and she's not doing local marketing or things like entertainment marketing or things like that. So currently, she may eventually evolve into that, but right now, until we feel like we have a good handle on our convention marketing, she's spending 100% of her time involved in selling our facility and hopefully being a benefit for this area. What we're asking for, we actually did reduce our request this year from $25,000 to $15,000. We feel like that's more in line with what some of the other cities are participating, and felt like out of fairness to Temple, that was a more realistic request. And so we are requesting less this year. And in terms of the expenses, we're planning on picking up more of the expenses on the Expo side. So I'll be glad to answer any questions about this. Once again, we just really appreciate your participation and your support of the Expo Center, and hopefully with Ashley's efforts and what we're doing out there, that we can even add to what we're doing and even increase your hotel tax even more than what it is with some new business being brought in.
Thank you, Tim.
Tim, I see that the Belton Chamber donated some to the
They
fund.
did.
Have you approached other local chambers or?
Well, hotel tax is administered through the Belton Chamber. And that, the city collects it, but a lot of it's turned over to the chamber for administering that.
Okay.
And that's why
I was
it goes
curious.
through them. Yeah.
Thanks.
Tim, in the convention solicitation or recruitment, is that primarily agricultural types, horse events?
Well, it's everything. It's everything. I mean, the largest convention that we have at the Expo Center is Jehovah's Witnesses. Brings in 35 to 40,000 people over the course of 6 weeks. Certainly, a lot of the convention business that we do is equestrian and livestock related. This June, we've got 2 state cattle shows, cutting horse shows. We do a national cutting horse show here every year. But we're not limited to that. And certainly with our trade show space and the arena having the capacity that it has, we can go out after some larger things like the Jehovah's Witnesses, your religious conventions and things like that. So a lot of what we do is, and certainly as you know, in the past, in terms of our long-range plans, a lot of our long-range plans are based on first-class equestrian center, livestock show facility. But with our trade show space and with our arena and the seating capacity, we can certainly go after more than just that.
Great, thank you. Council, any other questions? Great. Thank you very much, Ashley. Congratulations on the position. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming to meet us, for those who didn't already know.
That's right.
Mayor, can I ask a couple
You
of
bet.
questions?
Sure. I'm sorry, Dave.
You may have mentioned, how long has Ashley?
That's 2 months I've been here.
2 months.
That's listener.
Okay. That may answer my second question. We're just leaning over to Tracy asking about hotel motel tax revenue. But if the position's only been in place for a couple of months, then that would answer my question in terms of, we've seen slight uptick in our hotel motel tax revenue, but not necessarily a significant uptick in that yet. But you haven't been in place and on the ground for very long, and I understand there's going to be some lags.
I hope we can do some things that where it will be noticeable, but she's, once again, establishing the database and getting a list of who we should be calling on and kind of setting up our plan, so we're a little bit early into it, but
Understand.
hopefully we can have some positive effects, but, I never miss an opportunity to speak about our expansion, and I can tell you that if we're ever able to accomplish that, it will give Ashley's role a much bigger market of people to contact, and certainly we're in hopes of accomplishing that at some point. But we can certainly we're going to continue to make better use of what we have and increase that. So
And I appreciate that. The excerpts in the application, you also included excerpts from, I think, the study that was done a
2008.
couple of years ago, 4 years ago now, I guess. And it did contain some estimated increases in revenues associated with economic impact and marketing efforts and those kinds of things. Do you anticipate, or do you currently track, when you book an event, do you have some sense of either actual or estimated hotel rooms and where they're located, where the...
no, we have not. Now, Ashley that would be part of her job responsibilities as well, to really look at our conventions that we currently have and kind of make some, do some study on where they are staying and that kind of thing. So that's something that she is taking on. Now, what we do track every month is we look at our convention events and the number of delegates and the number of days that they're here, and we do estimate a real convention spending, not economic impact, which is sometimes a multiplied out number, but we look at actual convention spending for the convention type events that we do. We break it out per season. Now, currently, we have not been doing that, but that's something that she is going to be working on as far as tracking hotel rooms and where they are and that kind of thing. She is going to
From my chair, that would be a very good
Right.
metric to have if
Right.
we know events that you're having and what % of the attendees might be...
Sometimes that's a hard thing to do, and Nancy can, she's not here, but she can vouch for that. Sometimes it's hard to get the hotels to report that.
Understand.
And I'm not sure why, because most of it is to their benefit if they do, but we're no different from them in trying to get them to report that and to really keep up with what groups are staying in their hotel and that kind of thing. Sometimes that's a difficult thing, but that's going to be one of Ashley's responsibilities, is try to track that on our behalf as much as she can.
Well, my hope would be that between our CVB office and your and Ashley, that we can hopefully have enough data there to kind of, again, help measure or see the actual impact
I hope we can do that.
to be done. One last question, and I think someone at the dais asked this a moment ago, I didn't see who, but the sources that you're, funding that you're asking for this year, I realize it may be somewhat early in the process, but do you have indications from the rest of, from Belton?
From Belton, yes.
Colleen, Harker Heights, and Salado?
From Belton, for sure. They've told me that they indicate that they're going to continue with funding the position. I've asked City of Colleen, I'm not really received any response back from them yet, but we'll be asking everybody to continue on, and hopefully they will.
Okay. And last question, is there, if you do not receive the level of funding that you need from the other entities, what's the plan for?
My plan would be that the Expo Center would try to pick that up and continue on with it. We feel like it's a vital position, especially where we find ourselves today with more competition. You look at Brazos County, what they've done over the last few years, what Waco has done over the last 10 years. We feel like with what facilities have done and with our competitors, that we feel like it's vital that we have somebody on that 100% of the time, marketing our facility, trying to figure out better ways to utilize our facility. So if we don't get it, I plan on trying to make up that difference with my budget through the county.
Thank you.
I didn't mention, but I wanted to. Ashley's very familiar with Temple. She is I want to tell you just a little bit more about her. She is a graduate of Texas A&M, marketing degree, and she worked in Temple for about 4 years in marketing, and then went through Leadership Temple, and so is very familiar with Temple in the area, and comes from this area as well. So she's very familiar with and knows a lot of people in Temple. So we're really glad to have her. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, just one more question. As I was looking here, I remembered. You gave us some statistical figures relative to performance of your 2010 year versus your 2011 year, and it looks like 2011 was less than 2010 on the overall basis, and we're halfway through 2012 now. How do you see this year trending?
Better. We're up every month. Our number of events have been consistently up every month this year. Last year, the trend was that we saw, and I think that the economy finally kind of caught up with our business a little bit. We saw a lot of our, particularly conventions, reducing the number of days that they were with us, just trying to cut back on funds because everybody was experiencing membership issues and funding issues themselves just due to the economy. Travel, of course, it costs money to travel. When these conventions, when people take their horse to a 4-day horse show, they got to stay in a hotel, and so some of our groups were kind of cutting back numbers of days to try to help their members and that kind of thing. And then we had some events that just our overall event numbers were down. It seemed like every month last fiscal year. But this fiscal year, beginning in October, we've seen increases every month, and we're going to show a nice increase this year over last year, which kind of gets us back to where we were, probably a little bit above.
Good. Excellent. Great. If there's nothing else, thank you very much for taking the time and being with us. Again, good luck, Ashley. We look forward to hearing good things. Good to see you again. Up next, Powell County Health. Mr. Wayne Farrell. Good afternoon, Wayne.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Ms. Judy Porubsky is our Chief Financial Officer. She's going to be giving you a handout that we'll be talking about regarding the budget for your Environmental Control Division. There's 3 specific pages in that budget that are relevant to our discussions this afternoon. I'm going to be giving you a presentation in 2 parts in my 10 minutes. The first part will be to actually address the environmental health budget and how the City of Temple is requested to fund a portion of that overall budget. And the second part of my presentation will be to bring you up to date on some of the pending financial issues that the health district is now facing right now regarding our funding streams from the state level. I want the council to know what our issues are in that particular area, even though you're not directly contributing to those operations out of your general fund. The first page, which actually in our overall budget is page 3 in the handout, is titled Proposed FY11-12 Full Member Contributions. There are 11 full members who participate in Health District operation, 10 cities and Bell County government through the Commissioner's Court, and the total amount that has been allocated historically by all 11 of those members is $660,813. That's for our current fiscal year, and the amounts that were allocated. The City of Temple's portion of that was $140,800. Very quickly, that's calculated upon the 2010 census. The City of Temple has 21.3% of the total population of Bell County. So in accordance with our cooperative agreement, which all members signed back in 1994, it's been in effect for that long, the agreement was that The full members would fund the salaries and fringe benefits of the employees and support staff that were assigned to the environmental health section. Those employees provide services for the entire community. They're not specific for any target population. Everybody wants clean food, clean schools, clean water, and sewage to be disposed of appropriately, and everyone benefits from those services that are provided through your environmental health section. You'll note, and I'm very pleased to inform you, that we're holding the line on the requests that are presented to all of our full members. The last column on page 3 reflects the amounts that we are requesting from the cities, which are identical to the amounts that were allocated for the current fiscal year. We're not asking for any salary adjustments. We feel that this would not be an appropriate time to do so, especially based on the fact that we may be looking at other cuts in the health district depending on how other funding streams become available. Very quickly, you'll see that the $660,000 is based, if you base that on a population of 310,235, it's about $2.13 per capita that all full members contribute for to cover all of the residents within your respective governments. In comparison, and I apologize because I've not prepared at this time to give you the overall budget for the health district because it's still being formulated. It's scheduled to be presented to the Board of Health the second Monday of June, and as soon as we get farther along in that process, we'll be furnishing that particular document to you so that you can see overall the amount that is being invested in health district operations. Right now, it's about $21 per capita, so you can see that for every dime that you contribute to the health district, you get a return of about 90 cents in other program operations, including WIC, nursing, preparedness, and the admin section. So that's not funded directly through the city. The second page depicts all of the staff that are included in the $660,813. I think it's very important that you know who you're paying for and how much you're paying. And I've got an announcement that I want to give to you right now that I think makes that particular page look even better. Several months ago, I announced my retirement to the Board of Health that will become effective on August 31st. So the reality is, I guess this would be my last budget presentation to you, and I'm going to miss that personally. And it's been a true pleasure. But the wonderful thing about what we're trying to put together here is to reserve monies that could be directed towards an interim director or to help offset the cost of a full-time director, depending upon the decisions of the Board of Health regarding your new district director, who that's going to be and how it's going to be paid for. The problems that I inherited was to reserve enough money with my departure that the Board of Health would have funds to pay for that salary. The problem is we're losing a lot of contract dollars that presently pay for my salary. By zeroing out the district director's position, we're just about up to break-even point in many of our areas. And so we have a balanced budget that we were striving for with no district director, and that wasn't such a good thing when you look at leadership for the health district. I'm very pleased to inform you that that $49,771 that you see on page 29 for admin support, we're going to do our very best, and I feel confident that we will be able to reserve that money to offset some of the cost for my replacement. If the Board of Health elects to go with an interim director, then this will be more than enough to make the necessary changes in order to provide for the personnel shifts to go that route. If the option is to go with outside recruitment, certainly it would be more expensive to do so, and those funds, as things now exist, I don't see within our existing budget. It might be that someone would have to come back and see if there's possibly additional help from the full members, or we would have to revisit our fee for services in order to bring in the necessary revenue to do that. My recommendation, of course, I serve at the pleasure of the Board of Health, but my recommendation, because of many unknowns that do exist with our funding streams, our contractual relationship with the Department of State Health Services, so fluid right now, that things need to kind of settle down and become clear before a commitment, for a long-term commitment for a new director, decisions for that are made. On the page 28, that's the third page of your handout, is the total budget of the environmental health section. If you totaled out the salaries and the fringe benefits and the admin support, which is the last line item, those line items would reconcile with the $660,813 that the full members are requested to contribute. The difference is paid for through the revenues that are generated by the environmental health section. So we have enough money that environmental health pays for itself, and not only pays for itself, but provides substantial revenues to help offset some of our other operational costs in nursing and the administrative division. With that, I'm going to pause on the first part of my presentation and allow you to address any questions that you might have regarding the environmental health section.
Anything?
Mayor, one quick question, just for clarification. The original request which was submitted, and first of all, let me say I appreciate the dialogue we've had over the past several weeks. I think Mr. Farrell's gone out of his way to try to keep my office informed of what he described as a very fluid budget situation for him, and I can only imagine how challenging that has been over the past few weeks. So I do appreciate the effort that's been made to keep me educated and informed. When the application was filed, I think because of the timelines, the dollar amount that was requested was $173,188.
Yes, sir.
But that's revised to $140,800.
That's correct,
Okay.
Mr. Blackburn. And the reason for that is the original request did have some funding that was requested to offset a permanent director's position, but because of the recent developments, we kind of backed up, and because we think we have enough money to do it internally, we made that adjustment in not coming back and asking for additional money for that purpose.
Thank you.
Okay, the second part of my presentation deals with our funding streams primarily for our nursing clinics, and particularly our family planning clinic operation. The last legislative session cut a tremendous amount of money from family planning programs, much of it directed towards Planned Parenthood and the abortion issues. I've given you a news release that was issued by the Health and Human Services Division just a few weeks ago that promises more money that would be injected into that program. Our problem in balancing the budget in those nursing services has been that the Department of State Health Services, rather than giving us a 12-month contract to balance our budget, has been giving it in increments of 3 months, and each time it gets cut back more and more. To give you a comparison, about 3 years ago in 2009, the health district was awarded somewhere in the range of about $900,000 for family planning services, and we're lucky right now if it's $300,000. We've been carrying the program for the last couple of months with hopes and expectations that the Department of State Health Services would consider a reallocation of monies that might be freed up from other agencies having closed. We've been informed that because of the curtailment in family planning services, that the number of agencies that are operating, public agencies, have gone from about 70 down to 30. And we're the last public agency in Bell County that is presently providing the services, Save Hill Country, and I believe their funding is targeted for termination very, very shortly. So we have some major funding issues to the extent that a couple of weeks ago I notified our partners at the central office in Austin, DSHS, that we were out of money. The program income has fallen off because of competition with private providers. Our prenatal clinic, our maternity clinic, those paying patients are going elsewhere because of HMOs, and they get a primary doctor that carries them through a more comprehensive list of services than we're able to provide at the health district. So it's been like a perfect storm for a financial crisis that we've entered. Cutbacks in contracts, cutbacks in fees for services, and expenditures rising in the process. So we have to put the brakes on. I notified DSHS that unless you folks can send the cavalry with saddlebags full of money, we're going to have to shut our clinics down. It's costing us about $64,000 a month to keep these doors open, and we have no money to continue. They asked me not to take any type of action until they have had an opportunity to revisit not just Bell County, but all family planning services within the Region 7 area. That's the Region 7 of the Department of State Health Services that's headquartered here in Temple. I've been waiting. Just this morning, I briefed our city manager about where we are with the request. I haven't heard anything, so I really don't know what I'm going to be able to tell the council. Well, 10 o'clock this morning, I got the phone call about 2 hours after David and I spoke. There is money that's being put on the table. It's not enough from our perspective right now, but the dialogue is open, and they're willing to negotiate and want me to come back with our assessment of the money that they've made available or may make available to us. So we are moving in the direction of everything that we can do to ensure that our family planning services and our nursing division is made as financially secure as possible. I can't promise that right now. My biggest concern as your district director is that the way that our system is so closely woven together that when it starts falling apart, what happens in family planning has an impact in tuberculosis clinic, which has an impact in our STD clinic, which has an impact in immunization. So everything is like a dominoes, if you will. If one falls, we're at risk of everything falling and how it all fits together. So I'm going to do everything within my power to ensure that when August 31st comes, that I'm not going to be leaving the health district in a financial quagmire. 41 years, and I really love this health district, and I want so desperately to ensure that its financial security is maintained. I'll be happy to address any questions, and I can brief the council as these negotiations come to a conclusion with the Department of State Health Services. But I would be less than candid if I didn't state that we are still at great risk of having to terminate all of our family planning programs within Bell County, which also serves surrounding counties with those patients coming in if these funds don't materialize. That means maybe 13, 14 positions. Career public health employees will lose their positions. Now, I'm not sharing anything with you that I haven't already had staff meetings with, so our staff is fully aware of the delicate nature of our funding streams right now, and are anxiously waiting for a resolution with this too. So I'm doing everything I can to expedite answers. We need that as quickly as possible in order to turn this spigot off, if you will.
Thank you very much for your diligence in keeping us informed through this, and I know David shared with me a number of times, and I'll echo his comments. Thank you for being proactive in that regard, and thank you for your service and your years of service to the health of the citizens of Bell County. We wish you the best. I know we'll see you in the meantime, but this will be my last opportunity to publicly tell you thank you, and appreciate all you've done, Wayne. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions, Council, that you have, or David, for Mr. Farrell?
Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Our next presentation will be Cultural Activity Centers. Mr. Robin Kubiak, Executive Director. Welcome, Robin. Thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Mayor Jones and members of council. Appreciate the opportunity to come here today and talk to you all about our request. I'm sure that a lot of y'all are familiar with the Cultural Activity Center. At least I thought a lot of people in this town were familiar with it until I started being involved in the Cultural Activity Center. The Cultural Activity Center is the home of 4 organizations. The Contemporaries, which is the volunteer arm of the Cultural Activity Center, the CTOS, which is Central Texas Orchestral Society, the Ebony Cultural Society, and a newly formed organization in CAC is the Central Texas Film Society. And so with that, I'll have Brian show forward. I thought that the best way to talk about the Cultural Activity Center was to give you a pictorial representation of the many different things that happen at the Cultural Activity Center. This, for instance, is an event where there's an improv going on. The bottom piece is musicians that are doing master classes related to the CTOS concert. Slide 3 is, this is an exciting night when we have students from Temple ISD's middle school string program. This just so happens to be a gallery open and these students are playing and just highlighting the TISD string program. We have here the Arts and Education program. The top left-hand picture is a mad science presentation. The Arts and Education program, some of it is done at the Cultural Activity Center, and then some of it is actually brought out into the schools because the nature of the presentation, whether it be an artist that is portraying a particular person in history. Like, for instance, we just had Harriet Tubman presented at all the middle schools here in Temple. This particular program is an area where we feel that we can expand. Right now, it involves the Temple ISD's K through 8 schools, and we also include the Belton ISD. But one of the areas that I've always thought, having been a resident of Temple now for 6 years, is the Fort Hood community, and they have quite a few elementary schools on Fort Hood, and so we're going to try to include Fort Hood in this Arts and Education program. This is just a typical gallery opening. We have 4 different galleries in the Cultural Activity Center. The formal gallery is the Howard Gallery, and then we have the Strasburg Gallery, the McCrory Gallery, the Karabasi Gallery, and then there's a gallery upstairs, which most people don't even know that there's an art gallery on the upstairs, which is the second level of the Cultural Activity Center. And a lot of times there's some really neat art presentations, whether it be glass art and pottery art that's actually put on the wall to be displayed. And then sometimes when we don't have a gallery open, we'll take pictures and artwork out of our private collection and put that up there. Slide 6, artworks. Being involved in the CAC for 3 years as the principal of Holy Trinity Catholic High School, but more particularly now, I've been there since September. Artworks, to me, though there's a lot of gallery openings that occur at the CAC right now, there's a historical gallery presentation by Scott White of the tracking of the historical building of Scott and White's facilities. Artworks, which is all of the art. Slide 7. Now, this is students from Temple ISD, private parochial schools. The teachers, the art teachers, bring artwork and display it all over the 5 galleries in the CAC. That night opening is just absolutely incredible to see the kids walk around with their grandparents and their parents and see that artwork actually being displayed. This past artwork, which is now down, had one little poor girl. She was crying her eyeballs out. She was in 3rd grade. Her particular school had displays in 2 sections in the building, and she couldn't find her artwork anywhere. And she didn't realize that the school was displayed in 2 different areas. And so when I was walking around, mainly talking to the parents and everything, I noticed the little girl was crying, so I got down and asked her, why are you crying? She says, I can't find my artwork. And I said, do you realize your school has a display over here? Let's walk over there and see if we can find it. as soon as we rounded the corner and she saw our artwork, it's just like it just disappeared. And this is what the CAC Art Galleries is really all about, is about the students' artwork. Slide 9. This is just a typical two different art gallery openings. Slide 9. This is AIE interaction. At the bottom slide, there are artists that come in. Sometimes there are storytellers, sometimes they're improv, sometimes they're mad science and whatnot. And these artists come in, and at this time, there is interaction. So the artists, there's some teachers on the front, and the artist that's making the presentation now are engaging the students. What is extremely important about AIE, and very important that we continue the program, is that it fulfills the live presentation component of TACS, which is the standards of teaching here in the state of Texas. And so Jimmy Pfeiffer and Rebecca Northern, the two fine arts people, we sit down with them and we go through the artists that we picked out to bring in to fulfill that component, and they are deeply appreciative, because otherwise they would have to bring the people in. 11. Slide 11 and 12 talks about private lessons. This so happens to be a pottery lesson down in the bottom left-hand corner, and now he's actually firing some of the pottery. And slide 12 is we have yoga lessons, we have dance lessons, and in the back it's some more art going on. Slide 13. That's guitar lessons. Next slide. Wildflower Bells program, which is part of the Central Texas Orchestra Society, holds their gala or their dance or whatever here. They hold at the convention center. They have their major ball, but they also hold all kinds of different balls for the junior cotillion and for the Wildflower Bells here. And the bottom slide is a dance, 50s dance. My daughter actually went to that one. 14. This is, again, AIE program, artist and adult pottery classes that are conducted there. Slide 17. Is performing arts season. We are currently, I believe, you have to understand, I've been here since September. We are currently in our second season of our performing arts season. And what's exciting about this is since January, all the way through August, and if you haven't made it to one of the performances, you absolutely have to make it to it. These are singer-songwriters, if you put up slide 16. So far, we've had Bob Schneider has come, Joe Ely, and we contracted with Joe Ely, and everybody was excited about Joe Ely coming, and then all of a sudden, 2 days before Joe Ely shows up, he calls up, or his agent called up and said, well, we have a problem with him bringing Joe Guzman with him. Now, for the CAC, first off, to have Joe Ely on the stage, who was a Grammy Award winner, and then to have Joe Guzman, who was also a multiple Grammy Award winner, on the stage at the same time, playing together, and it was pretty exciting. Then we got two artists for the price of one. And then we've also had Carolyn Wonderland, who has come. That was our most recent, and the one we have coming up is Sahara Smith. I have some stuff to give y'all so that you can, I got to promote the Performing Arts Series. Next slide. Nutcrackers. This is a major event at the Cultural Activity Center. It happens at Christmas time, and this is a dance troupe out of Killeen, and they come and they pretty much utilize the CAC almost every night. The auditorium is tied up with them practicing on the stage and getting ready for the Nutcracker, which occurs about a week before Christmas. Also, Sweet Adelines, which is the women's choir that practices every week at the CAC and also performs, and the Country Gentlemen perform. Next slide. This is a slide of the CTOS group and the master class, and the group at the top is the group that came and performed, and then they have a master class the following day where they actually sit down with the students And in this particular case, they sat down with the students with the violas and the cellos and the different string students that sat down with the masters of those different instruments, and they worked with them, and they critiqued their playing styles and the different things that they do. That's just another picture of the same thing. Slide 20. Central Texas Arts District. This was formed last year. Website was created. The groups that are in it currently are Temple Symphony, Central Texas Orchestra Society, Temple Civic Theater, Temple College, City of Temple, and the CAC. And it's an opportunity where all the art things that are related to all these different organizations can post information into one website where people can type in Central Texas Art and get information. And so the website is maintained by all of these different organizations. The CAC originally set it up, and we try to, I go on this website at least 2 or 3 times a week just to make sure that there's current stuff on the website, and if there isn't, then I'll contact that particular entity and ask them if they could update their specific page that links off of this. This is adult classes. Adult classes actually reviewing art classes, actually reviewing another adult class's art thing. So this is like adult critique of adult classes, and in the bottom is Bridge. You have Bridge, never did quite understand that game, but there's Bridge at the CAC 3 times a week on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The Contemporaries is the volunteer arm at the CAC, and they raise funds by having several different events at the CAC. The top picture is the boutique that they have every year, and I don't really know how much money it raises, but they contribute money along with the money that they raise on the gala, which is a bottom picture, and also the next slide. The gala that the Contemporaries puts on, they'll have a live auction, and they also have a static auction. And so all of the funds that they raise from the gala and the boutique, all are what expenses taken out of it, all contributed to the Cultural Activity Center in operating the facility and bringing the arts and education and the hands-on education program. Next slide. This is a picture of an old festival that occurred in front of the CAC in the parking lot. I didn't have, at the time I put this slideshow together, I didn't have any pictures, or we hadn't gotten them back yet, but we just recently had a combined festival at the CAC. It was called Kite Tail and K9 Festival, and it was done jointly with Leadership Temple to raise funds for Leadership Temple's proposed dog park. I have to say, for the first time, that was the first year we had 150 participants, which was pretty good. And I don't know what kind of money Leadership Temple raised, but we donated the ground and we provided the food and provided the assistance to help them make whatever they needed to happen. So it was a pretty interesting thing. So much so that the 150 people that came, we questioned them on whether they thought this should be an annual event, and pretty much everybody said yes, it should be an annual event. So the CAC is we're looking at possibly starting it as an annual event. Next slide. This is hands-on education. To familiarize yourself with that, hands-on education is a 4-venue introduction to kids from Temple ISD and Belton ISD and several other ISDs, and it's a theme. This past year was the United Kingdom. So the kids come in and they go into the Howard Gallery and they are read poetry or other information related to the United Kingdom. Then they go into the auditorium, and it's just amazing that the Contemporaries work with these kids and put on a 1-act play in a short period of time, and they act out, in this case, an English play. Then they go from there, they go into Windland Hall, where they're introduced to a dance that is conducive or related to the United Kingdom. And then the fourth venue is they go upstairs in our art room, and this year they made crests and shields related to their family and picked out different pictures and things that might be related to that.
Can you cut to your request portion now? We're at the end of your time, and...
Sure.
No, we're just at the end of your time. I didn't know how many more slides you had left, and...
That's pretty much it. This is hands-on, and it's
Finish up.
fast growing, and that's the event.
Okay.
That's all. I do deeply appreciate the time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Kuvian?
Will you just tell us what you're asking for this year?
We're asking for a supplement to the technical director's salary and to my salary. It's very similar to what was requested last year. Byron Arman and myself are involved in about 95% of what happens at the CAC, and it's a 24/7 job, as you probably know, and so this is to supplement our salaries so that the monies that we would normally have for that will be used to continue the arts and education program and some of the other programs for the TISD and BISD.
Okay, great. Other questions, David?
Excuse me. Total staffing right now is 7 full-time and 4 part-time?
Yes.
Okay. And the request, the funding level this current year and the year before was at a little over $44,000, at least for the city. If you did not receive the amount requested this year, which was $54,000, you would supplement those...
Supplement it with being more aggressive in underwriting and also not expanding the arts and education program as much as we thought we could.
Thank you. And then one other question on the back, or toward the back of the funding, the application packet. You listed the 2011-2012 principal sources of usual non-city funding sources and then parenthetical anticipated gifts. That's just a question for clarification. Is that the current year funding level from those principal sources of...
I'm sorry.
It's a list, it's entitled 2011-2012 Principal Sources of Usual Non-City Funding Sources and Anticipated Gifts. I'm just trying to, is that current year or prospective year?
No, it's current year.
Current year. And then let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 entities there that are listed as zeros. Were those listed because in the prior year they had provided?
They had provided, we had applied for it, and we didn't get it.
Okay. And do you have is this the same list that you'll use for your FY13 year?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the source of, my last question, I think, the basis for your optimism on the going from a little over $284,000 in private support and underwriting to $290 is that you'll do a little better on that list this year?
A little bit better and try to go after the ones that we got zero on, trying to get more money from them. Or actually get the funding that we require. We feel like that part of the reason we may not have gotten funding from those sources was because the hands-on education program and the arts and education program wasn't being more diverse than we intended to be in the 12-13 year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Next group up is Hill Country Transit District, Mr. Robert A. Farr. Afternoon, Robert.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Great.
Thanks for letting us be here. We appreciate it. I don't know how many times I've done this. I've been here 10 years. I didn't know I was going to be here this long when I came. I'm really pleased to. This is my home stomping ground, so we're really pleased to do this. Brent's nice enough to pass through here a little bit, so we currently operate 3 routes in Temple. We have route number 510, 520, and 530. All of these have really been good, successful routes with good ridership. Route 520 is the newest route, and we actually expanded its service in January last year. We made some changes around so we could expand our service area. We dramatically expanded the service out west without actually adding to the cost of the service. Next, please. This is the service routes. The top one, route in the yellow is Route 530. That probably shows the largest expansion in the top left of the northwest area. You'll see how much area we're able to cover. Then we're also able, on the more to the southwest, we're able to cover out further out the loop, cover some service there. And then we've expanded the way we've been able to provide the southeastern service as well. So we've got good service going to the medical facilities, to the shopping facilities, and to the housing areas. Next, please. We also began to start on a new Freedom projects for passenger shelters in Temple in 2001. And nearing completion, we actually finished that project technically Sunday, or Saturday rather, with the last shelter went in. Next, please. As early as early April, we had 39 shelters. We've actually completed all of the shelters. Temple College is a little different. There's a lot of construction going on in that area. And what we did, we've actually installed the pads for the shelters. We've got 2 shelters reserved. And once that construction is completed, Temple College said they'd be happy to install the shelters themselves. So we've got all that ready to go. And the one that was pending on Thornton Lane near Loop 363 is also complete. So by the time we get the last 2 shelters in this summer, when Southwest is completed, we'll have a total of 42 shelters that have been added to the city of Temple in the last year. Next, please. That's a list of them. I'll go through them if you want to, but there's just a whole lot there. We covered several areas. We did this by looking at, initially we started with just where the highest ridership is. We continued with that. We stayed on that project, and then as time went on, we found that there's some new areas that people wanted. We were able to adjust that. We originally wanted to put 31 shelters in. We put in 42, so we were really pleased to make that happen. Each year we do request funding from each city based on the percentage of service hours operated in that city. For the current year that we're actually operating in now for Temple, we requested $57,816 for operating and maintenance plus $27,740, which is the last part of the shelter project. So a total request of $85,556. We actually received $71,512 from the city this year, which was greatly appreciated. Next slide, please. For the upcoming fiscal year for operating and maintenance, we're requesting from the city of Temple the total funding amount of $57,766. That's actually just a little bit less than the cap on operating from last year. And of course, it's a pretty dramatic cut over the overall request because the shelter project's completed. Next, please. The purpose of program and benefits, we do provide service to some people who we refer to as being transit dependent. Virtually all of their transportation is us. We get them where they're going. They cannot easily pursue employment, recreation, or shopping without the continued service that the HOP provides. We also provide a means of transportation that can reduce emissions and traffic congestion. And of course, if local funding is not provided, service could actually be reduced, which we certainly don't want to do that. Next slide. Inadequate funding could also affect the ability to continue to provide Saturday service or may result in a reduction of weekdays, possibly even reduction or elimination of route service in some areas. We've really worked hard to expand this service. We've answered some questions out. One of the biggest areas we've had has been in the northwest area, out along Adams Avenue. We were able to add that service this last year, and we're really glad. We'd really like to see that keep going. Next, please. We take the responsibility of providing public transit service very seriously. We've been very successful in identifying funding that's generally provided up to 80% of the cost for the purchase of new buses and for the purchase and installation of new shelters. Between what Hill Country was able to contribute to the shelter project from revenue we get from some of our contract and what we were able to get federal funding for this, which ran through TxDOT, we actually were able to bring 90% of the cost of this to almost $2 million shelter project throughout the entire region brought from the outside. Next slide, please. We use the standard transit industry measurement of passengers per service hour as a measurable objective. Our initial objective was to have no less than 10 passengers per service hour. We've increased that over time. It's up to 12, and we need to keep increasing, I guess, but we keep surpassing it. We increased from an average of 10.37 in the first quarter of calendar year 2011 to 13.5 for the same period in 2012. So the ridership is continuing to grow. This just shows a slide of the presentation of January, February, and March, in April.
for 2011. If you look at the bottom, it really gives you a summary of the overall service. You can see 10.9, 10.3, 9.9, 9.9. Those are the ridership averages of the number of passengers boarding per service hour during the first 4 months of last year. On the next slide, we've got the first 3 months, and those along the bottom show 13.7, 13.9. March, 12.9. We had a lot of rain in March, which was welcome. It has a pretty significant impact on ridership. Didn't have time to get it on this, but we did complete our numbers for April, and they're at 13.7 as well, so we're back where we should be for the month. Next slide. We also use the standard industry measurement of passengers per service hour as a measurable objective for our paratransit services. But this is a door-to-door service. It's created to targeting people with disabilities. We also carry on this service the Medicaid contract or medical transportation program. That brings in funding that we're able to use as financial contribution to bring in outside funding as well. We operated at a level of 1.8 in 2010 and 2011. We're still working to reach the 2.0 objective, but please understand all of our out-of-town passengers that are carried on our Medicaid project are carried up through this service, and that dramatically and negatively affects the number of passenger per service hour. We literally carry people as far south as like McAllen, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and sometimes there's 2 or 3 or 4 passengers per hour. So we're getting revenue for that. We're glad to do it. It's a contract service and it's beneficial, but it also reduces the overall efficiency in terms of passenger hours. Next. We have other performance standards used to measure safety, productivity, and performance. There's primarily 4 of those. Next, please. Safety performance report. This is based on the number of traffic accidents. It's very typical in the industry to consider the number of preventable traffic accidents per 100,000 miles. We consider all, whether they're preventable or not. We look at all of them, which is a little different than most. The objective is to have no more than, or to have less than 4 traffic accidents per 100,000 miles. We have been no more than just like 2.1, so our worst month has been about half of the standard, so we're doing very well in that area. Next, please. Road call report is actually the number of road calls. That's when we're either dispatch a mechanic or have to bring a vehicle back out of service for mechanical reason. The standard is less than 25 per 100,000 miles. We haven't even reached 10. We're far less than half in that area. This is indicative not only of our service to our clients and the general public, it's also indicative of the type of maintenance program that we have, which we were rated by the federal government in our last training review last year at 98% on maintenance. So we're doing well. We're pleased with that. Customer service report is actually based on the number of complaints that we get for service. These are complaints that have to do with actual delivery of service. Did we do the right job? Our objective is to have no more than 1 per 100 passengers, and we're at like 0.01 per 100 passengers. And finally, on this trip report, this is where we've actually missed a trip or a portion thereof on our fixed route service. If we miss 5-minute trip, we have to turn around and miss a couple of blocks for some reason. We count that as an entire missed trip. We want no more than 2% missed, and we've been less than 0.5%, or it's all the way through. In fact, we had one month that even broke 1/10. So we're well below the standard there. That summarizes our presentation. We're really happy to be here. We're happy to provide the service. We'd like to see the continued support from the city. We'd like to, one last thing too that's not shown in this that I think is important, probably should have added, but we do continue to run our Connector Route 200 that covers all the way from Coppers Cove to Glen to here. We're going down in the last year, we're getting a lot more people that are using that to go from city to city for employment as well. And that ridership has increased pretty dramatically as well. Any comments or questions? I'd be happy to take them.
Good, thank you, Robert. The shelters, you did 42, we're
Yes, sir.
wanting to do 31. Did you get additional funding, or I knew when we estimated
got
costs,
really
was
good.
it just the estimation of costs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
With just lower cost, lower installation cost, we got a lot more efficient as we went along.
Sounds good. Good, they look great.
Thank you very much. We're real proud of them. They
Nice job.
make it look good. People like them. Customers love them.
Well, I think, even when, we looked at that a year ago, or 2 years ago now, I guess, when we were talking about putting them in, and we were talking about the cost of the pads and that kind of thing, and you were explaining, the fact that, okay, the accessibility, this particular shelter's in, 100 yards from the corner, and so you've got to build that access all the way from that great accessible corner intersection all the way up to the shelter, and now that you can see them out on the street, you really get to see the type of job that was done, and so...
When we started with this, we'd expected to put in 30 shelters, and the state loved the project, and they started increasing. Before all said and was done, we installed 150 shelters.
They look good in our community, so...
Thank you very much
appreciate
for coming. We
that.
appreciate it.
Council questions for Mr. Ator? David?
A couple of questions. I would echo the mayor's comments on the shelters. Amazing, just a year or two ago, I guess, we had no shelters up anywhere, and now we've got 40 or so up, so that's and I have seen them in use all over the city, so I appreciate that, too. You mentioned in one of your slides, and I don't have the number, but that the funding request is based on the percentage of service hours provided in that city. Don't need it right now, and maybe you have shared that already, and I just haven't seen it, but I would be interested in seeing the spreadsheet or the formula that identifies the number of service hours. Like to see that for your system, too, just to kind of get a order of magnitude or scale associated with that. But if I understand it correctly, the dollar request for operating funding is based on those service hours, and maybe that's in the presentation.
It's not in the presentation, Doc. It's a very simple formula. We have two different formulas, actually, because we have one for the clean division, which is a separate urbanized division, therefore a separate funding source. But I'll be happy to provide both of those. And like for this one here, it shows Killeen and Temple and a small percentage that Bell County helps contribute to Route 200. And it just shows the total number of number of service hours and the number in the city, and therefore the percentage.
And then also the total operating cost for each one.
That'll take me a little long, but I can do that too.
Okay. And then you mentioned the connector route, and this kind of leads into another question, but the connector route services, I can't remember, is that included within this operating? Is there a portion of these dollars that are associated with funding the connector route?
Yes, it is. That connector route is divided out among, I think, 4 different cities. It's spread out quite a bit, and Bell County contributes to that as well.
And an issue that came up at a recent MPO meeting relating to, I don't think, this is my question, but I don't think it directly impacts Temple service, but because of the UZA, urban zone area changes, UZA changes, Killeen funding for a category of funding, I think it was 5307 funding or some federal category of funding, was potentially adversely impacted as a result of some changes in population and eligibility.
There's still some discussions on that, but to very oversimplify it, the Killeen urbanized area totally exceeded 200,000 from the last census. And based on that, unless there's some changes made, there's some discussion at different levels about possible changing that. But it makes it what's called a transportation management area, and that falls under that requirement, which can adversely affect 5307 funding. That only affects the Killeen UZA. It does not affect Temple's. Temple is still listed as a separate UZA, and the total organized area for Temple is like 90,000, so we're good for at least another decade.
So the only potential impact with regard to our services might be Killeen's portion on the connector service route?
That would be correct, yes, sir. But that would not necessarily increase your, there's still, the way we've been doing the service, the percentage still needs to come from, or the way we've been doing it, that percentage needs to come from that UZA. So, I can't speak for the future, I'm not a crystal ball gazer, but I guess, to me, it doesn't make sense to say, well, let's transfer the cost of funding somewhere else. I mean, we spread that right out from everybody. It's been a benefit to every city.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it. Next is Hillcrest Cemetery, Donna Wallace. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Donna Wallace. I am the manager at Hillcrest Cemetery. Mr. Jack Morris is our president, but he's out of town. Ms. Patsy Luna is here with us today, and she is also one of our board members. Our first slide just shows a little bit of background about our cemetery. We are 142 years old this year. I'll let you read those. It's a huge cemetery, 70 acres, a lot of upkeep for that. 18,000 internments to date, only about 9,000 are marked. We're always excited when a family or Confederate organization, someone comes up and says they want to mark a grave. So, we are a not-for-profit cemetery overseen by volunteer trustees for over 140 years. A lot of people refer to us as the city cemetery, and we're always saying, no, we're not-for-profit, we are, Hillcrest Cemetery. I just want to add that I've been with the cemetery for about a year, and I really did not understand the value of a cemetery before I worked there. I told my husband, just spread my ashes anywhere, I don't care. But the volume of people that come in looking for their loved ones or trying to figure out their roots and things, it's become evident to myself how important it is to have a cemetery, and the upkeep is very important. This shows our current operations on the next slide. We're open every day of the year except a few days because they don't dig graves on those days. I'm the part-time employee. We do contract out the lawn care. We also have one other part-time employee that takes care of the trash, and he saves us a lot of money because he takes care of our plumbing issues as much as he can. People are always backing over faucets, or we're getting leaks because, it's so old that things leak, and so he takes care of a lot of that. We have 20 to 100 visitors a day. Some come to visit dearly beloved loved ones. Some people come to do family research. Okay. Purpose of our program, we're a cemetery. One of the great things about our cemetery is, I don't know if there's another cemetery in the area that does this, but we provide at-cost or no-cost services to residents in need of burial services and indigents. Last year we donated 6 spaces, and a lot of times those are infants, young families that certainly don't anticipate having to go through that, and we have a special section set aside. It's called Babyland. It's right inside the main gate. When you drive in, you'd see it there, and there's usually families out there. We also assist families in making plans for the future. They can buy several spaces. They can put their markers out there before time so that when the time comes, it's less stress on the family. I really try to encourage families to do that, and the board does the same so that they are prepared. It's a lot easier on the family to have that done. Okay, next slide. Okay. Lack of revenue for daily operations. 70 acres is a lot of ground to keep mowed and kept up. It takes about 2.5 weeks to have it mowed and weed eated. The people that we contract with, that's their deal. They'll get it done in 2.5 weeks, and with the rain we've had recently, you can tell that they're quite busy out there. In the winter, they cut down trees, and they just do all kinds of stuff throughout the winter, taking care of things like that. Donations have been down, as they have for all not-for-profits that I've talked to. Our lot sales have decreased as well. Hopefully, with the economy hopefully picking up, that will change as well. One thing about cremations versus traditional burials, a lot of cremations aren't buried. People take Aunt Sophie home and put her on the mantle for a while. And it costs less to bury cremains. It costs less all the way around to have someone cremated than have a regular burial, and that's the trend of the funeral service right now. So they don't always have to buy a space either. They can be buried on top of a loved one that's already interned there. There is a fee for that, but it's not the same as buying a space, and the majority of our profit comes from selling spaces. Our roads are in desperate need of repair. The city did a great job helping us do a couple of roads last year. We so appreciate that. But our north-south roads are on an interesting slope, and they wash out, and hearses have a hard time getting around. They can get hung up. If anybody's been out there, you'll know what I'm talking about. So we appreciate the city's help, but despite it, last year we finished in a deficit as well. And we're not the exception. We are the norm in the funeral service today. Most cemeteries are having a challenge financially right now. Next slide. Our grounds maintenance would suffer. We have to cut back on services, and people are coming in all the time saying, when are you going to do this? When are you going to do that? Well, it's 70 acres. It's hard to keep everything mowed and kept up all the time. But our costs are probably going to increase because gas prices have been up. So that affects the cost of doing business. Before the cemetery was taken over by the current board about 8 years ago, when the former manager was there, she did a lot. I mean, it was overgrown. There were all kinds of illegal activity going on in the cemetery. They were dealing drugs. There was all kinds of things going on there. So once it got cleaned up, they got it fenced in and turned it into a decent place. All that was taken care of. We're right next to Miller Park and Lamar Middle School. A lot of the kids walk through our cemetery going back and forth to school. So it is important that the cemetery be kept up, and we take that seriously. So, if you don't have any questions, I'll answer your questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wallace. David?
Yes, sir.
I do have a couple questions. Just as a refresher, Hillcrest is not a perpetual care cemetery.
No, we're not.
And the city, you mentioned it briefly, I don't know that it was identified in the application directly, but we did provide, in addition to the direct funding, some in-kind services.
Yes, those were the roads that you all helped us with, and they did a great job. We appreciate it so much.
Good. The amount asked for, requested this year is $35,000.
Yes, sir.
About $15,000 more than the current level of funding, direct funding, $20,000. The memory was that the $20,000 was for mowing services. You contracted for your mowing work, is that
Yes,
recall?
sir.
And will this do $15,000 more worth of mowing work?
Well, it's the cost of mowing has gone up, or is going up because of gas prices and everything. They've kept their prices the same. We went with the lowest bidder, and the prices have been the same for the last 2 years. We're anticipating that going up, and despite the help from the city, we still finished in a deficit of almost $15,000 last year, so that's the difference in the request.
But just, again, just so I'm clear, that the $35,000 is just your mowing contract cost?
Well, the mowing contract cost is about $64,000 right now.
Okay.
So-
But all of this would go toward that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Keep Temple beautiful. Ms. Rasco.
Good afternoon. For Brian, I seem to do this every year. I do that switcheroo on her at the last minute. She'll pull up. I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to present to y'all. I also appreciate that I'm not here to tell you who we are or what we do, that our partnership goes a long way back with the city. Actually, I was even associated back in the late 80s when it was a committee and not a standalone organization. And that we've partnered, and at one point the city even provided part-time staff to help with the duties that what is now Keep Temple Beautiful does. Also, the financial support that the city has been giving us, it really is indicative to us that y'all do support what we do and think that it's important in our community, and we just really want y'all to know that we appreciate that very much, and that's how we take that, and not that y'all are just giving money out to everybody that is needing it, but that you specifically want to support the things we're doing. What we're asking for, same as every year, is help in paying for salary and some of our operating costs. My story is the same. We are pretty darn good at raising money for projects. Raising money for salary is really, really hard. And y'all's help in trying to fund that part of it allows us to really focus on raising money for the projects. So we're asking for $55,000, which is salary, benefits, and operating costs. Our budget is pretty simple. We have one staff person that operates a very lean office, and we raise money for every other project. All right, beautification, increasing public awareness and responsibility are pretty much our main tenets. The money that we do raise, and I know y'all are familiar with the Governor's Community Achievement Awards, 100% of that money check comes straight into City of Temple. We are very pleased when we can win that. I think that it's every third year we're eligible, and we're on a pretty good roll. We try not to count on that, but we're doing pretty well and have put in nearly $400,000 in that alone. Our street plantings, gateways, recycling initiatives, hike and bike is a high priority for our organization, and really are glad to participate with the city in all that they're doing as well. For consequences of not funding at all, because y'all are helping significantly fund our one staff person, we would have to go to a very small part-time that would probably be mostly administrative in nature, and Tanya does a lot of programs herself, puts on a lot of presentations, works a lot of events. We do have volunteers that we also use and help, but without having Tanya there full-time, that would be a pretty significant change in how we do business. With reduced funding, just everything would go down. We've had that before, where we have to use more of our money for salary and operating costs, and therefore just don't have as much opportunity to do some of the good works that we can do otherwise. Our performance measures, just very quickly, redevelopment along strategic corridors, especially First Street. One of Tanya's chunks of her time goes toward assisting Kim Faust in implementation of that program. She is sort of the boots on the ground for Kim on getting out and knocking doors and working with the individuals on that and assisting her. The second objective is to seek out, develop, and facilitate educational programs both in our community and schools. Project Redirectory just completed with our recycling of phone books. Recycle on the Go is a relatively new recycling program where all the fire stations have special containers, and all of the money that comes from selling those recyclables goes to a veterans program. So we were excited about that. Eco Lunch and Learn has been really fun. Every other month we bring in speakers that has been very well attended by the general public, and we get sponsors for the lunches, so it's no cost to us, but we want to continue all of these sorts of kinds of programs, reaching 7,000 to 8,000 people a year with direct contacts. Last performance measure is working with solid waste for cleanups. We have a great relationship with solid waste and appreciate what Nicole and Lisa do to help us put on events, because we could not do it without them. But it's great to be able to coordinate all that we do, whether it's waterway cleanups, community service. Joe Farina is helpful in providing volunteers, Adopt a Street programs, booths at events, and kids and adults all together. So that's also, probably these are three of our biggest things that we do to try to help in the community. Just as an example, the educational outreach, trying to educate the public and provide some sense of personal responsibility. We do recycling bins, our Eco Lunch and Learn I mentioned, and other kinds of educational training, presentations on stewardship, especially on recycling sorts of things, and really appreciate what Council is doing in the City of Temple with recycling in our community. We get lots of calls about that. And then just one other thing I wanted to mention, Tanya sits on the state Keep Texas Beautiful board as an affiliate representative, and actually has done that more than once, and we're very proud of that, that she can represent affiliates from all across the state. It gets Temple a lot of recognition, and we like that. They know who we are, and that's a good thing, and they hear about the things we're doing, and that gets passed around. So expanding partnerships, new relationships. One that's new and kind of exciting to me is with the VA. The VA is interested in working with Keep Temple Beautiful and doing some projects, and we're glad to open that door. So just in summary, assisting with the sustainable community development, a 21st century livable community, bringing 21st century jobs. We really just want to take what City Council has as their strategic initiatives, and we latch on to those pieces that we can help with, and all that we do is really designed to try to make Temple a better place, and take a lot of direction from where y'all head with that, and really just want to support y'all and appreciate the support that y'all can give back to us in a financial way. Questions?
Council, questions for Ms. Resco or for Tanya Gray? Tanya is here. She's the Executive Director. Thanks, Tanya. David, anything in particular?
All right. Thank you very
Thanks a lot.
much.
And Patsy, sorry I didn't recognize you a minute ago. Thanks for being here for the cemetery. It's good to see you back in council chambers. Why don't we take, we're just about 5 minutes ahead. Let's take a 5-minute break right now, and then we'll be on schedule. We'll come back with Railroad and Heritage Museum at 3:15. Looked like it was going to be our only break time. Temple City Council is back in session with 3:15, and next presenter is the Railroad and Heritage Museum. Raise your hand, Judy.
Well, obviously, you know I wasn't here last year because you could see Mark. And Mark said this year I had to be here. I apologize. I was having my 9th eye surgery at the Eye Institute, and Mark said if I didn't come this year, he was going to paint a white stick and make sure I got here. So we really, on behalf of my board, we want to thank you for your support and for all that you do for us, especially Parks and Leisure. And I want to introduce my board chair, Mark Erskine. I want to introduce another board member, Don Nelson, and I'm grateful that my staff is here to support me today. So I am sure that on the morning of the 15th of April, while you were drinking your morning coffee and reading your newspaper, you read this headline, and I have to tell you that Jessica Priest got most of her information correct that day. We've had a challenging year financially. So what does that mean? Well, for the past 18 months, our rentals have been down significantly. I would say that they are off. They totally about 25%. And quite frankly, we need 5 rentals a month to make our monthly financials. Our membership has been down approximately 7%. Our fundraising is off about 50%. Our beloved Fred Springer, as you know, died in April, and his generosity went a long way to supporting the museum. Our donations are off by 50%, and our grants are down slightly, about 10%. So how are we surviving, you might ask? Well, we capitalized on this article as soon as it appeared and sent out a mailing to people in town who have responded positively. We've reduced staff by 25%. What does that mean? We reduced 1 full-time employee, specifically our museum curator. We reduced a full-time employee to part-time, so we're saving on our group insurance, we're saving payroll taxes. But you know, when one door closes, another opens, and I got a call from the Texas workforce, and they said, Judy, we've gotten a grant, and we've got a candidate that can work for you for 30 hours a week. So Texas Workforce is a great government-sponsored program, so while we had to say goodbye to our curator, we got another great part-time employee. Our staff, the 4 employees that are left, 3 full-time and 1 part-time, have not gotten raises in 3 years, but they're extremely loyal and devoted. So we have positive cash flow. We are working diligently, much more responsibly, to forecast our monthly financials so that we are meeting all of our expenses on a timely basis. So we're here to ask you to continue your generous stipend in the amount of $173,000. But the question that our board is asking and that we as employees are asking is obvious. And do the citizens of Temple want to support a fully functioning museum that celebrates its heritage and the railroad? I will tell you quite honestly that when visitors from Temple come to the museum, their first response is, we didn't even know you were here. Or this is my first visit here. So we struggle with how we get people through the door, especially from Temple, and why they don't know that we are here. Now, our board is currently working on a strategic plan to improve the short and long-term financial condition of the museum. However, they're asking, and as well as staff, the obvious. We're going to have to renegotiate our city contract. We've operated under a city contract, the same contract, since approximately, keep me honest, 2004, 2003, Jonathan, isn't it? And so we're going to have to look at that differently. We've also asked, should our association become a much more aggressive fundraising arm of the museum? And does the museum, or should the museum become a city operation? Mark and I and Don weren't here when the museum decided to revert back to its private 501c3. We really don't know what the motivation was or why agreements were made the way they were. And now looking back, we have a much different perspective about how maybe things should have been done. But clearly, our school tours have picked up, our rentals are picking up, but we still manage every penny. We had a meeting this afternoon with Kevin Beavers to talk about a viewing platform that Parks and Leisure is building for us. And jokingly, he said, well, I don't want to take the paper clip that's holding these plans together because you need it more than I do. And literally, we look at how many paper clips we're using and how many paper clips we have to buy. So I believe that we're taking the necessary steps, and hopefully we're going to find ourselves so squeezed financially as we have been. So I welcome your questions.
Maybe not a question so much as, at least from my chair, a response to your second slide. The citizens want to support a fully functioning museum that celebrates its heritage in the railroad. From my chair, I would say absolutely, to the tune of $173,095 every year for the past at least 3 years on my sheet, which is more than half of the available dollars that we have from the Hotel Motel Fund, which is more than all of the other agencies combined receive. So my answer from my chair would be absolutely want to see that museum function in the city. Things go well and operate. And the city has historically, as you indicated, supported the efforts. And so, at least from my chair, I would say the answer to that question is yes.
And I respectfully, I agree with you, David. I don't know that the citizens are aware of how critical that money is to us, that we receive it, and we probably need to do a better job of that ourselves.
David, I would add too, just for the council considering, of that 170, can you go up to the microphone? Thanks. Of that 170, we turn around and pay over 70,000 of it back to the city for maintenance and utilities. So in essence, you're underwriting 100,000, and you know the learned council's not here today. Not in my lifetime or anybody in this room is that museum ever going to become self-sufficient. 10 years I've learned more about the museum business than I possibly ever wanted to know. But we have taken some initial steps. One of the other things that impacted, even though it looks like tours are picking up, the legislature did us no favor in the school funding budget last year.
City Independent School District of Killeen provided, I don't know how many tours of it. The legislature cut out the travel thing. So we've seen while local tours here in Temple, the Little River Academy picked up, and Killeen was really providing a pull to school kids coming over here to go to the museum. And at, $2 and $2 a head, that's a lot of money. So we certainly appreciate the support we get from the city. It's just that, that all it started was we had to borrow $28,000 to pay the city out of our endowment fund, and I haven't paid it back yet. So we're kind of going to chase our tail. We're downsizing the staff. We think all the smart things. We could take another couple of steps or even cut a day out of our schedule, but it kind of gets back to, museums are not money makers. So, what is the appetite to keep that thing running at its level, or, we reduce it a little?
Thank you, Mark. Questions, other questions or comments? Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for the work that you've done to this day to keep it going. It is an important part of our community, and I know we've got some challenges with the depot itself before us right now, just structurally, and some issues we have to deal with, and I know they impact you and your operations, and so there is some assessment that we collectively need to do as we look at this coming year's budget and analyze what makes the most sense for us to be able to keep this museum, which I think everybody agrees is so critical and vital, and it's a part of our heritage, and we do want to see that for our citizens, whether they know it's there or not. How can we collectively do a better job of letting them know that it's there? But thanks for what you do. I appreciate you a lot. Thanks. Thanks to the board members that took the time to be here. Thanks. Charlie Kimmy, Ralph Wilson Music Club.
I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I do have some problems. That's a funded program. This is a program with no funding, and we're wanting a nice hardwood floor when we build a new facility, so we're already thinking hardwood, so.
That's actually a helmet.
You cut my head. I appreciate y'all helping with my presentation. I realize my request is less than the $25,000 threshold, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you. And I see a lot of you throughout the course of the week or the month or the year, individually, but very seldom collectively. So the City of Temple funding is a big part of our basketball program, and in the past we've requested $17,000. This year we're asking for $20,000. This basketball year was the most successful basketball year we've ever had. We're blessed to have an athletic director named Randy Helsel, who just celebrated his 35th anniversary with the youth club. This year we had 77 teams. We had 650 boys and girls participating in basketball from all over the Central Texas area, primarily in the Temple Belton area. But we feel like that's a big piece of what we do. I don't have to tell you that we run an after-school program or a summer program and a basketball program. Those are our three programs. But again, I feel like we've really done a good job with that, and we don't know what the future will hold. We're not sure. We're still waiting on a TxDOT offer for our present location. This may have been our last year in this location from a basketball standpoint. So if that's the case, we may need to come to the city and see what, or Kensicora, and see what gyms are available, or TISD or Belton ISD, because again, it's a logistics nightmare. Presently, TISD, Academy ISD, Belton ISD let our kids practice in their neighborhood gyms, and then we play games in our facilities on Monday night, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And we're also using Temple College Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And I can't thank Dr. Barron and Danny Scott enough for that, because it's not like they have an abundance of gym space, but they see the importance of our basketball program and have been so cooperative in helping us elevate our level of play.
So, again, we run basketball signups, in the November, December timeframe, and we're playing about 9 weeks straight in January and February. And I don't know what else to say, but again, thank you, and anything you can do in the future, we would certainly appreciate.
How many kids you run through that program?
650 through our basketball program. In a normal summer, we'll enroll about 800 kiddos, and our average daily attendance is about 550. Our after-school program is in the 300 to 350 range. One of the reasons our after-school program has remained flat is TISD offers a free ACE program, and it's been hard for me to compete with free. They're in the 4th year of a 5-year grant that probably won't be renewed. So when we're looking long-term to building a new facility, hopefully on the Travis Middle School campus, we're rolling in some anticipated growth. I will say today we have 9,000 square foot of gym space. The T-shirt that you have, we're looking to build 23,000 square foot of gym space, 4 courts in our new facility. We have hired Neil Haney to head up our capital campaign, and Wendell Williams has agreed to chair our capital campaign, which we hope to kick off hopefully in the next 60 days. So you'll be seeing more of that. We anticipate it's going to cost somewhere between $5 and $6 million to build what we want to build. Initially, we were going to wait on TxDOT's offer, but the board has decided, since we were going to have an offer last fall, and then January and February and March, and now they're saying it may be another 60 days, we're just going to go ahead and try to raise the money, and then whatever we get from TxDOT, we're going to put into our foundation to kind of support us on down the road. When we lost Dr. Wilson, but we obviously lost one of our biggest and best supporters, and so that's the direction of the board.
Just a quick question. You mentioned in the packet that the 12-13 season might be a little challenging. I-35 expansion and relocation. Is any of the programs, and specifically the program you're requesting funding for, how are you going to carry forward with that if you
It's a good question. I'd love to tell you if we have all the answers. We don't. We're looking at Emerson Elementary as a Band-Aid, as our temporary home. Dr. Battersell has offered that facility, and we've been over there several times. We were over there yesterday looking at internet and phones and this type of thing. We don't want to spend a whole lot of money on that Band-Aid facility. They have one gym, and so that's obviously going to be a hurdle for us. And so depending upon, we're not sure when we're going to have to be out of our present location. Initially, we thought we were going to have to be out of, by the end of the year, and we were looking at an October 1 move date, but we don't know since we're still waiting to hear from TxDOT. So to answer your question, again, that's what I was talking about. We're going to have to see if Wilson Rec is available, do some things with BCYC, do some things at Bonham, Travis, or Lamar, do some additional things at Temple College. It's going to be very, very challenging, and we may have some additional costs associated with it.
but you feel fairly confident that you'll be able to carry out the program, maybe a variety of facilities?
I hope we can. That's our plan. And again, I'm hoping we have to do that 1 year max, and that we can raise the monies needed and build our new facility. Because in an ideal world, I'd love to have four games going on in my facility. Because from a logistics standpoint, it's a lot easier to manage. Because in today's world, we have to man Temple College and the youth club. We have 3 games going on at one time in our facility, and we're not able to hire police. I'm the bouncer in one of those locations, and we're there Tuesday, Thursdays till 9 o'clock at night, and most Saturdays. And so, in an ideal world, once we get a new facility built, I think that will be the way to go.
And how do you use the 20,000?
For our basketball program.
But I mean, what in the program? Because I know, he's sponsored for a number of years. We sponsor a team, but so is that when we sponsor a team?
When you sponsor a team, that covers the uniforms. For every game that we play, we have officials. And again, the older kids, we have referees. For our 11 and 12-year-olds, we have 3 referees, on the court at the same time. And so between scorekeepers, referees, Randy's salary, a small piece of mine, is all kind of factored in there. And then additional utilities for use of the facility, that basketballs, uniforms, we haven't raised our fees to our kiddos in over 5 years. They pay $60 to play, and if I get a phone call from Judy Morales that says this family can't afford it, we plug them in and don't worry about the $60. So it just kind of helps offset. And there's a breakdown in there. No program that we run makes money, if you will, but our kids kind of mirror TISD's population, and 74% of those kiddos are on free or reduced lunch, and that's about from a scholarship standpoint, after school and summer, not full scholarships, but that's about the request that we get, and we try to honor as best we can.
So about 70% or so of the kids in the basketball program are at free or reduced registration.
As a general, our coaches' kiddos are for free. As far as basketball, probably closer to a half. Summer is probably closer to that 70%, and after school is probably closer to that 74%. I know this summer, for example, we're scholarshiping 30 ACE students at the request of TISD 100%. I don't like to do 100% scholarships as a general rule because I feel like they need skin in the game. So we do a lot of $100 scholarships or 150 or 25%, 50%, 75%, but I like it when they have a little ownership in there because we don't want to give them a handout. I like to give them a hand up. But back to your question, yeah, there's a pretty good percentage that we try to help, because if they've got 2 or 3 or 4 kids playing basketball, $60 to me is not a lot of money, but to that single mom it is. If we can get them off the streets, and again, we're pushing health and wellness and exercise and good sportsmanship and those kinds of things, I think it's a win-win for everybody. We appreciate you all.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. Hopefully we can give you that program.
Representative of my sports career.
Actually, just overall. That's my ego.
All right. Ms. Bolden? Around the Donald House.
This job description is going to change in the next couple of years quite a bit. That's John.
Hello, how you doing?
Thank you for allowing me the time to talk. I just hate that I follow Charlie Kenny. What an act to follow. I have to brag that he was on our board at one time, and he got Tom Landry here to be our honorary chairman for our golf tournament, and that's quite a coup. And Charlie and I got to meet him in his office, and I think we both still have the pictures hanging on our wall. I'm just as proud of having Charlie in the picture as I'm having Tom Landry in the picture. We're asking for money for the Ronald McDonald Family Room, which is a part of Ronald McDonald House Charities. Am I supposed to start talking or wait for y'all?
You're doing just fine.
Okay. The Ronald McDonald House celebrated its 25th anniversary this year. We've served over 8,000 families in 25 years. Families who come to Temple to have their children treated at local hospitals need a place to stay if they live 45 miles or more from Temple. And so families stay at the Ronald McDonald House. We provide a place for them to sleep, eat, cook the meals they like, talk to other families in similar situations, and just have a place to feel at home. We had a family staying with us one Christmas, and I was in a Debbie Downer mood. I thought, here I am having to work on Christmas, and I was really in a grouchy mood. Perry, you know I can do that. Anyway, this family was there, and they got to be together because of the Ronald McDonald House, and they were so happy. They were walking around with their Christmas stuff on and their antlers and their red noses and playing Christmas music, and they were giving each other gifts at the Ronald McDonald House. And one of their daughters wrote a paper for school and won a state award for her favorite Christmas ever, and it was the one they stayed at the Ronald McDonald House. Now that's what the Ronald McDonald House does, but we don't do anything for Temple folks except provide places for them to volunteer or donate, which is wonderfully accepted and appreciated. But in October of last year, we opened the Ronald McDonald Family Room inside the new McLean Children's Hospital, Scott and White. And this family room is about 1,100 square feet. Parents can come in there and fix a snack, get a cup of coffee, take a shower in a regular-sized shower. For those of you who've been over there, you know the showers are rather small. and we have a regular size shower, and we have a washer and dryer. And all I was thinking of is, if you're out of town, you need clothes, you wash your clothes. But one of the social workers pointed out that many times a child in the hospital has a favorite blanket, a favorite stuffed animal, or a favorite something that could have gotten dirty and bloody in an accident or whatever, so they can bring that to their room and wash it in the washer and dryer. And I would have never thought of that, but that's such a great thing. And that's something that Temple families can use. It's inside Children's Hospital, and it's for the parents who have children in the hospital. When we first opened it, Dr. Boyd said, I would suggest that no children be allowed in the room. Being the mommy I am, and that's all I ever wanted to be was a mommy, all I could think of was no children. Then I started thinking about places I've been where other kids drive me nuts. And if I was in a bad, stressful situation, other kids would really drive me nuts. So it's for adults only. Parents come in there, and they can get a little time away from the sterility of the hospital. We had to go by the rules of Scott and White rules, and it's a nice place. It's very comfortable. Ronald's outside the door, sitting on a bench waiting for him. And so that's what it's there for. We're asking for the money to provide snacks and things for the parents who go over there, possibly frozen TV dinners and things. And we don't have freezer space there, but we have it at the Ronald McDonald House, and we can take it back and forth. We like to keep it stocked with snacks and coffee and cereal and milk and things like that, so the families can have a place to get something. Have any questions?
Anticipate this being a one-time request?
Yes, but I'd like to leave the option open to apply next year for something else. But yes, there should be a one-time request.
Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate what the city does, and I'd like to think that we give a little back to the city, because people come here when they know we have a Ronald McDonald House, and we're able to point out things in the city, so.
I don't think the city has ever looked at that facility as something that we can't use, the Ronald McDonald House. I've never thought of that before until you just said that it's not something we use, because this community doesn't act like it. We consider ours, and I think this community generally
We're
speaking.
very well spread, and I need to brag just a minute here, if I may. The gentleman who helped start the Ronald McDonald House is named Hal Weaverson, and Hal has supported our house from day one, before it was ever built. He owns the McDonald's in Temple, and he owned it when it first started here. He will celebrate 50 years with McDonald's in September. He will have owned McDonald's restaurants for 50 years. And when he started our house, he was already helping start the Austin house. And when he was approached by McDonald's, he said, I don't think so. Thank goodness he changed his mind, and he supported both of us. And in many occasions, he has said, with all of the staff around, or not all of the staff, but a lot of the staff saying, Susan, see these people? You need something, you call them. Well, I'm calling y'all too, but he's very supportive of our house. And I mean, for somebody to make as much money as he does, he could go out and do whatever he wants, and I think he still does. But he gives a lot of it to us too, and I'm very grateful for that. And he does a lot for the city. And we appreciate you coming to our birthday party. He's the one who presented the party. Absolutely.
Very fine, man.
Yes. Thank y'all so much.
Thanks.
Do you have any questions for me? Thank you.
Thank you. We're about 15 minutes ahead of the Temple Business Incubator. You ready? Okay, all right. Tag team, that's good.
I got an email this morning asking me to come and be a part of this. They said I only have to talk about 2 slides, and then I'm going to turn it over to everybody else. I'm Jimmy Roberts. I'm the Temple College representative on the board for the Temple Business Educator. Our first slide indicates that we are restructuring for maximum impact. Over the last year, we have been working diligently to re-envision what the Temple Business Incubator is all about. And most of our presentation will address that. Next slide, please. And this is just to show you who our board of directors are and the organizations that we represent. Of course, Kim Crouch represents the city, Jennifer Graham, the TC Foundation, Stacy Bratton is an at-large banking member, Greg Rhodes represents TEDC, Ravon Wooten represents the Chamber of Commerce, obviously. I represent Temple College, and Celeste Thompson-Mann is an at-large business owner. One of the things that we will be requesting is a reinstatement of former funding that we received, and also we'll be asking for additional funding so that we can go through this restructuring process.
Jump a couple of slides. I'm Celeste, and I joined the board as the past chairman of the chamber, and then was asked to stay along as we went through the process of looking at what the business incubator could be. And the business incubator has been in existence for about 10 years, but the opportunity is more of the vision of what it can be, not unlike what we've experienced with the reinvestment zone and TMAD. So you really have to put your hat on and think forward, not to what we've been, but to what we can be. So therefore, the board sat down and said, it's not doing what it could do for Temple. So what needs to happen? So there were visits among different members of the board who went to other successful incubators of all different kinds of diversities, tech incubators, medical incubators, things that do business with people to grow entrepreneurs in their community that will create jobs and fill retail space and fill manufacturing space. So to become that, we sat down and looked at and hired a consulting company that had left last week and has put together for us basically a playbook, how we would go about accomplishing this. And part of it is it's true economics. It's something that is going to contribute to the sales tax. It's going to fill manufacturing space. It's going to be the vision. So if you put that hat on and you look at targeting different industries that could come in and basically network throughout Central Texas into Temple and create their businesses and then bring those jobs. So that's why we ended up, a couple slides ahead, looking at what we needed to be in this restructure. You go to the slide that has the arrow, it's about 3 slides ahead of this. And you go to what the incubator program has been, and we've got the 15,780 square feet that's currently in existence, and making the incubator a hub, something that we could create and bring people to network together to do things for technology. And even Kim brings up the idea of, hey, if a person wants to bring to market the pet rock again, this would be the place where they would learn how to do that. Stacy Bratton sits on the board. She's a banker. She said, Celeste, I have weekly people come to me with great ideas. And I'm the one that has to tell them, where's your business plan? What do you do? How do you do this? We need some type of organization that we could send all of these bankers that have these people come and talk to them a place to go and really try and see if that is a viable business. And if you move to the next slide, we can see that we've got an opportunity in this restructuring to develop the incubator program with the support services, the strategies, the marketing program, and have the organizational structure with this operations manual that we've developed with the consultant. The next slide will show you that it actually now fits the vision and the support of the city's strategic plan. The incubator now couples along with what the city sees as the importance of the strategies. On the next slide, you'll see that we know that successful incubators, not only, they don't exist by themselves. They have to have the programs, they have to have the services, and they have to have the academic institutions. Currently, there are new degrees that are being developed in nothing but entrepreneurship. I mean, you can actually go out and get degrees. And this is something that working with Temple College, the A&M in Killeen, that this would be a launching pad for those people who are majoring in that to come and start their businesses in Temple. Why not Temple instead of going somewhere else to do it? There are successful incubators in Austin, and there's talking about one that's in Waco. Ours would be very unique because we offer so much of the medical in our community and things that we know that our services would provide. The next slide talks to you about how we would get there. Okay, we've spent the last couple of years doing our homework, the due diligence, the research. We've got the scope going. We've had goal would be to hire the executive director in the May-June timeframe and to put the plan in place so that we actually have measurements, we have ways that we can come back to you from year to year, and all of the stakeholders would know where we are in the goal and in the playbook, and knowing that this board may change, but the direction of the incubator wouldn't change every time the board members did. So the next slide would definitely just talk to, again, just that wheel thought, that process of all the things that have to work together. The return on the investment to the community, the marketing support, and having something of that vision of something new, something that is unique to Temple and bringing entrepreneurs here. We would become more of the regional kind of draw and bring these different companies and entrepreneurs into Temple. We know that we have the workforce, we have the financial structure, we have the physical infrastructure, we've got a great facility, and we've got great resources throughout Temple, and it's just time to either decide that we're going to utilize them to take us forward, or we need to do something else in the vision of the incubator altogether. So we've contracted the work, and we're here to talk to you about how we go about funding this future vision, and that's where I'll let Dawn talk to you about where the money comes from and how it's spent.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I start, and really I'll wrap up here pretty quickly, I want to just acknowledge the other board members who have done yeoman's job. We've been hard at it for about, 6 to 8 months, it seems like, really trying to evaluate, where the TBI has been and where we would like to see the incubator go. And I'm going to kind of start at the end and then come back to a couple of items. Currently, the incubator really essentially has become a property management company. We lease some space, we see some revenue from that, but beyond that, it's very difficult for us to really be effective in our mission of creating wealth within our community by virtue of helping small business people. So with that said, everything we've done in the last 6 months has been geared to addressing that issue. And in conjunction with that and identifying that as an obstacle to allowing the incubator to do what it can do, there are 2 things that we've identified that are very, very important, and they're specific requests that we would make in the funding of the incubator. Number 1 is, and unfortunately I don't have a lot of history on this, but the funding for the incubator currently is coming from the Public Service Agency budget, which seems a little bit out of step with really what our mission is about. We think of, and I think Celeste has done a great job, we think of ourselves much more as an economic development entity, and so consequently we would request that the funding, whatever funding there is that's made, comes from the economic development budget. The second request is that right now we receive the funding from the city in a quarterly fashion. Just as a practical cash flow issue, we would secondly request that be made into a semi-annual or biannual distribution, so that it would help the operation of the incubator a little bit. And then there's, this is the last slide. This just lays out what we are trying to achieve and what we hope to achieve by virtue of today's meeting and some conversations that are taking place at the chamber, et cetera, et cetera. But it ends up as a total funding level of $175,000 that would come from 5 different entities, and we certainly would appreciate your serious consideration of going ahead to bump the city funding up to the $50,000 level. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer those, although there may be somebody else more qualified to, but that's the presentation.
Thank you, Ron. Sure. And thanks, Celeste and Jimmy. Appreciate you guys taking the time to be part of the presentation. Council, questions? Will the presenters about the incubator? Okay, question just for clarification on the application. Can you go back to the slide? 2 questions. The TEDC commitment on that slide show proposed. I should say commitment proposed is $35,000 on the application materials. I think it's got it remaining at $25,000. This slide is correct?
There has been some discussion that EDC is willing to consider bumping their portion up another $10,000.
Okay.
And then also, just to get clarification, and then the chamber also demonstrating, at least are being asked for support of $25,000. Now, is the TC commitments, both the TC Foundation and the Temple College Foundation, let me ask you, any of those on the slide that we've got on the wall there, anything other than cash contributions? Is some of that in kind?
Yes, the Temple College Foundation and the Temple College is an in-kind. That would be in your facility as well as in the IT support of that transfer. So that's actually the physical mechanics of the building that Jennifer manages as far as cleaning and the space itself.
So the city, the EDC, and the chamber contributions are cash contributions, and the TC Foundation, and TC are in kind.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tim, if you have no objections, starting early. Come on up. Tim Campbell, Temple Civic Theater.
Not the slide I was expecting. That's fine. I would just like to say, first of all, on behalf of the Board of Governors of Temple Civic Theater and the staff, thank you very much for your support of our organization over the past several years. It means a great deal to us. We indeed consider ourselves in partnership with the city of Temple to provide arts education and arts experience and cultural enrichment to the communities of Temple and Central Texas. I will try not to read to you everything that's already captured in the presentation and the slides. Okay. We have different graphics. I'm not really sure how that happened, but it looks like the gist of it is the same. Our mission statement is there for you to see, for anybody who's not familiar with exactly what we do. The mission of Temple Civic Theater is to produce theater of the highest caliber, to enlist regional talent through open auditions, to educate youth and adults in all aspects of theater, and to provide opportunities for and encourage participation by volunteers, thus enriching the artistic and cultural base of the communities of Central Texas. I'll go to the next slide. There is kind of the breakdown of what you're looking at in terms of how we are structured. The facility that you see right there in front of you was built in 1977. Was built through a series of donations and grants and various funding, and was quickly paid for 2 years later. They had a note-burning ceremony out front. And so that's where we live. 1977, and this is 2012, you can only guess. And truthfully, the building was built kind of inexpensively at the time. We continue to have all kinds of physical plant issues and needs and leaks and things that need to be mended and fixed all the time. So that's an ongoing issue for us. There is a full-time staff, myself as managing artistic director, our business director, and our technical director. It does say down there that there are some part-time staff allotments. One of the things that had to happen this past season as a funding squeeze for us was the elimination of our part-time staff. So we're surviving via a lot of volunteer energy, as we always have, and the full-time staff. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Our season is basically 6 main series seasons, what we call main series productions, and we sell a season subscription to that main series. And then we also produce 2 theater for youth, shows that are produced by and for youth in the community. We do that twice a year, sometimes more, if the schedule will allow us to do it. And then in addition to that, the spotlight productions are basically productions that happen in an effort to raise money. Many of you may have seen or be familiar with the Greater Tuna series that we have done over the past several summers. It generated a lot of income for us. let me just say that our schedule is dense. That facility is not all that large, and we have shows stacked on top of each other regularly. We're producing, in 2 weeks, we opened The Dark at the Top of the Stairs, and Grease is already beginning to get underway, and the next youth season production is getting underway, and we're having to do a lot of juggling to figure out where they're going to rehearse and find a safe and suitable environment for them. So there are physical plant needs that happen all the time. Community outreach. The theater program for Temple College is basically housed at Temple Civic Theater. Those students take classes that are taught by myself and our technical director, and they participate in the activity of the theater regularly. We also host, I have taught in the past UMHB courses at Temple Civic Theater. We did not do that this past year. They have eliminated their theater program, or are in the process of phasing it out. And therefore, there are funding cuts for the arts all over the place, and evidence of that everywhere. But we do host internships for UMHB students, and we do that as a courtesy. There's no income that is generated from UMHB in an effort to do that. It certainly builds our volunteer base and we feel like it fulfills our mission statement. Next slide. This is what we are anticipating is going to be. The budget has not been determined and voted on by the Board of Governors yet, but we are anticipating a need of $345. We generally operate in the zone of between $325 and $350 a year. This last year, I will just tell you, some of you may have seen the in-depth article. There were 2 articles on Temple Civic Theater in the paper this past Sunday. Our season memberships this year are down almost 40%, and our donations and grant income is down roughly 30%. Other arts organizations have faced the same kind of thing, not just in Temple, but everywhere. And we have a season membership campaign committee. In fact, it met this past week. The mayor is on that committee. And we are reevaluating what we need to do in this economy, in facing all of the challenges that we're all facing to generate income. What are we going to have to do to increase our season memberships? The tried and true measures and methods that we have used in the past, I think, are not going to work. We're not working as well. And it's going to require more effort from us. Fortunately for us, our volunteerism is at an all-time high. In fact, we have just under 298 new volunteers just in this season alone. So in a given year, in fact, I imagine by the end of this season, we will have seen close to 1,000 people that have put their hands on Temple Civic Theater in terms of volunteer energy in some form or fashion. That's what we do, and that's how we survive, and that's why I'm standing here, is because of the efforts and the passion of a number of people that believe in our organization and have participated in it for years and years and years, and many who have come to us absolutely new this year. So we want to be able, obviously, to continue to operate so that they can have that opportunity. Next slide. The $30,000 that we're asking for, I think I just kind of spelled it out for you. If we have seen a decrease in donations and grants and a decrease in season memberships, it's going to take us as much money as we can generate to operate this next year. And I want to assure you that we're doing everything that we can with our board governors. There are some various campaigns that are in the works right now to see if we can increase the season memberships, get more people into the theater, more people interested. The interest level is high. What's not following right now for us is that part. So we want to see if we can make them come a little bit closer to an agreement and see that the interest level is there, as well as the funding to do everything that we're doing. I think pretty much everything's laid out for you there. Let's go to the next slide. So objectives for 2012, and 2013, I've already kind of laid that out for you. One of the things that we're doing differently, you may have noticed in the Telegram article over the weekend, is we are asking the public and our season members, what is it that you want to see at Temple Civic Theater? We're in the process right now of selecting the season for next year. And in the paper there, our play reading committee has been meeting for the past 2 the selection down to 12 plays, 6 musicals and 6 straight plays and comedies. And we put that out in the paper this past week. In fact, our newsletter went out today, and we're asking our membership to vote this year and let us know, do you want to see the producers, or do you want to see more Rodgers and Hammerstein, or do you want to see something a little edgier? And so we're going to use that data to select the season. The board will use that data to select the season, and then we will go from there and let everybody know that you have an investment in what the theater is producing this year. And we're hoping to do something similar with our youth season as it is selected over the coming months. Consequences of the next slide. For lack of funding, again, I think I've been pretty clear about that already. We will have to cut corners. The greatest issue that we face as we are dealing with the diminishing amount of resources to work with is at what point does the quality of your product that you're producing become so impaired by that lack of funding that it's not something people want to see or participate in. And that is an ongoing battle for us. And so we're looking at various ways that we can cut this, that, and the other without impairing the quality of the product. So, sort of summarize here. I think everything's pretty much laid out there for you. While our membership still remains one of the largest in the area as far as season members, 40% drop in 1 year, we have to recover. And that's the mode that we're in right now, is how do we circumvent and rise above this drop that we had this last year. We're also trying to figure out exactly why. We know the economy is a factor. It's very hard to measure to what extent the economy has impacted folks that are coming to the theater. We've seen the greatest drop in the number of our senior season members, and as we have been trying to poll them and get some more information, they're saying things like, I'm on a fixed income, I have cut something out, and when I love going to the theater, it's not bread and water. So we've got to let people know that this indeed is something that they vitally need. And so that's the campaign that we're on at this particular juncture, to try and figure out how do we express that community, how do we find out what it is they want to see and do at Temple Civic Theater and provide that for them. And then the next slide, any questions I will be happy to entertain. There's the graphics that I was looking for. I don't know why they didn't show up in the other slides, but...
Tim, how much is a season membership?
Well, we have a variety of levels. A basic season membership is $65. For $100, you get a flex membership, which allows you to use those 6 guest passes in any combination that you choose. You can use them all for one show. You can go see 3 of the shows in the season and bring a guest. And the Flex Pass has been the most popular ticket category for us. And the season membership committee is one of the things that they're going to evaluate is, are our prices too high? Do we need to come down? Do we need to reconfigure? We talked about that this past week. We need to reconfigure what we're offering them and make it easier for them to come to the theater center. We're also talking about offering sort of a guest booklet so that you can give this as a gift to somebody, and hey, you get to go see the 2 shows of your choice during the season here at Temple Civic Theater. We've done things like that at Christmas time before, but never as part of the season membership package. So that's one of the things we're working on. If you come to see The Dark at the Top of the Stairs next week, it'll cost you $20. If you come to see a musical, it'll cost you $25. Musicals are astronomically more expensive to produce than a simple 8-person play, for example. Oliver costs a lot of money, and Grease, which is coming up this summer, costs a lot of money. The flip side is we had 120 new volunteers that came to us as a result of Oliver. The bigger the show, the more people are involved, and typically the bigger the houses. So once that poll is complete and we find out what people want to see, then it's going to impact what sort of expenditures we have next year for royalties and investment.
That we don't know yet. We don't know what the royalties, we have an estimate, but we don't know for sure what the royalties are. Any other questions?
Just quickly, as things back a couple of slides on consequences, the youth theater program reductions and the potential elimination. Is there any revenue associated with the youth theater?
There is. It is nominal. The mission for the youth theater is purely educational. And we work very hard to keep the youth theater expenses at a very minimum amount. We generally generate about between $4,000 and $6,000 a year from youth season ticket sales, or not season ticket sales, but for ticket sales to the youth shows during the season.
Is that revenue, is that listed as a class tuition?
No, that's entirely separate. We do a camp in the summer as well. In fact, we're gearing up right now for that, a 2-week camp for youth in the area. And again, what is made on that camp generally goes to pay for the expenses of the camp, pay the instructor and the supplies and that sort of thing.
And what kind of numbers do you have in your youth theater program?
Last year, you mean in the youth theater, are you asking me for the whole year?
Yes.
I can give you a pretty close estimate. Usually there is one show that has a lot of kids in it, and then there's a show that's a little bit smaller. Collectively, last year, there were over 200 kids that were in the show. I'm not including the kids that were working backstage. And then in the camp, our enrollment in the camp last year was 80. We capped it at 80. And we had a waiting list. So we're a popular place. We just, we got to figure out that part. That's really where we are. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much for taking the time.
Enjoy.
Okay, you too. Ms. Jennifer Graham, Temple College Foundation. Thank you.
A year ago, I stood here and asked for $5,000 for the Leopard Loan Program. A lot happens in a year. But what's most exciting that happened in that year for me was we turned the $5,000 that you gave us into over $40,000 for that loan program. You kicked us off, you started it, you got it going. We now have that program for almost every district that attends Temple College. And like I said, it grew because of your beginnings from $5,000 to $40,000. So the first thing I want to do is thank you, and I want to reflect back on the questions you asked me last year. One of the questions, Mayor, you asked me, are you going to come back again next year? And I said very much what Susan said, yes, but not for this program. And so I am back this year, but not for that program. And the question that Russell, you asked me was, man, that's a great deal, $5,000, is that going to be enough? It was enough only because we were able to grow it. And so, yes, thank you. That program is up and running. And just to give you a very quick update, Leopard Loans, almost all of those dollars are being used by students, so that's a tremendous amount of influence that we're having. We continue to have almost a 0% default rate. That means our kids are paying their dollars back. And talk to any banker in town and ask them if they can boast that kind of a payback rate, and they can't. But they also can't hold their credits like we can, and that's been very, very valuable for us. So let me just start by saying thank you for that program, and I'm coming back to you with another winner. So here we go on Proven Scholars. All right. What we're looking at with this program is we want to attract top-tier students to Temple College. We're looking at those students who have 4.0 degrees. We want to keep them in our town. We want to keep them at our campus. And then we want to assist them beyond Temple College. We want to be able to give them the opportunity to take their associate's degree at Temple, go on to a university, and continue to receive those scholarship dollars so that they get that bachelor's degree, build that relationship with the college, see us as their foundation education, and come back to our city where they bring those same high standards of performance to our workforce. So we are looking at a new scholarship program. It's going to be a large-scale scholarship program, and again, I'm coming to you first. and asking you to start us off. I will be asking you for probably the smallest donation I'll ask for anywhere else, but I want that city backing, and I want the beginning that you gave us for Leopard loans to translate to proven scholars. Next slide, please. All right, why are we looking at 4.0 students? When we first started talking about this, I had a number of people say, well, 4.0s, those guys can do anything they want anywhere they want. Not so true. In today's day and age, a 4.0 student is not necessarily the top of the class, is not necessarily the valedictorian. They're obviously an exceptionally good student, but it doesn't mean that there's scholarship dollars out there for them. That is not necessarily true, and I think we need to sort of reframe that paradigm in our minds. We need to understand that a lot of 4.0 students aren't coming from families that would necessarily have the ability to pay a full tuition at a university. We also need to realize that a lot of those 4.0 students want to stay in town. They're not all looking to get out of town. They're not looking for a large university experience to begin their college education. A lot of them want to come to Temple College. And if you'll change the slide, one of the problems I have is I don't have a whole lot of dollars for merit-based scholarships. Most of my scholarships go for students who demonstrate financial need. They may be in the performing arts department, they may be in the health sciences department, but the big criteria is they have to show financial need. Those students that have a 4.0 and aren't eligible for a Pell Grant, that means they're not free and reduced lunch if you're at TISD, that kind of thing. If they're not Pell eligible, there is very little support out there for them. And it means that they're going to be graduating from college with an incredible amount of college debt. We're trying to avoid that. We put some data together, and I think this is fascinating. When we started talking about this, we said, well, 4.0 students, how many of them are there with me in the first place? There are 142 4.0 students. That was impressive, because we were looking at a plan that would fund maybe 40 students, and we thought we would even be able to find 40 students. Well, there's 140 of them, but then we looked and we tracked those folks, and we said at graduation, how many 4.0 students are there? 5. There's obviously a problem getting a 4.0 student at the beginning of their college experience to the end of their college experience with that same level of commitment and that same level of performance. We want to do something that entices those students to stay here and then gives them a reason to continue to perform at that high level. So go ahead and switch. How does this help the city? And I know that sitting where you are, you need to answer that question. Why are we benefiting the foundation? What's in it for us? I know, and we all know, that the investment in people is going to be our biggest payback. If we can invest our workforce and if we can invest our employee base, we've made a contribution that's going to pay off for all of our citizens. We also want to look at expanding educational opportunities for those exceptional students. Why do we want them to leave? We shouldn't. We should be excited to keep those people in town as long as we can get them and hope that they'll continue and stay on in our workforce. And I think the more we build bridges and make them not only feel welcome and wanted and needed, the more they stay with us. How does this whole thing work? What we're looking for is a retroactive scholarship. This is a kind of new way of doing scholarships. One of the things we looked at with some of the scholarships that we were matching with other entities, we went back and looked at the data and said, how are those students doing? And we found in one of those cases, we had 18 students qualify for scholarships, only one student ever completed a degree at Temple College. Not a good enough return on our investment. And so we looked at this and we said, wait, you don't get your scholarship until you've proven yourself. So you get your scholarship the semester after you've completed your coursework and you get that 4.0 average. Once you've gotten your 4.0, we then pay tuition for your next semester. So it's a retroactive scholarship. The other kind of unique thing is that this has the ability to follow them. So a student can leave TC with their associate's degree and move on to college of their choice, and we say, we'll continue to help fund your education. And most importantly, we've gotten some great indicators from folks like Central Texas A&M saying, super, those are the students we want too, we'll double your match. So not only are they getting their associate's degree, about free, paid for through us. But then when they move on, those partnering institutions will help to make sure that their bachelor's degree is almost entirely taken care of. Wow. That's a wow. So upon graduation from TC, the scholarship follows them. The universities agree to continue that scholarship. At the end of their academic career, if they have maintained that 4.0 throughout their entire academic career, that last semester, that initial semester's tuition comes back to them. And we've talked about that. How do we get those first semesters taken care of if this is a student who can't afford college? We put them on the Leopard Loan Program. So they get a Leopard Loan for their first semester, and then if they make their 4.0, that Leopard Loan gets paid back immediately, and we move them right on through the program. So we've got a way to essentially take care of paying for a student's college tuition based on their merit and their earning it. Go ahead. When we look at who qualifies, and I know this was a question with Leopard Loans, and we started Leopard Loans with Temple students only. This program we want to open to any student in a Temple College campus. We want that because we've now got Taylor, Cameron, Hutto, the main campus here, as well as online students. We've got students who qualify, and we want to keep them in the area. When we look at that region, our biggest population is from Temple, but we've got a number of students we'd like to serve. They need to complete at least 42 credits through Temple College. This came up, if you've heard Dr. Barron, and she had a fabulous speech yesterday at the State of the College. One of the issues we have is completion rates at the college. And so this is a way for us to help ensure that we've got students completing their certificate and degree programs. They have to maintain that 4.0, and they have to complete all their registered classes. We've tried to sort of bug-proof this. One of the things we've seen is students will say, well, I registered for 5 classes, and I noticed that that statistics class or that microbiology class is really tough. I'm going to drop that so that it doesn't go on my record, and so by the end of the semester they're only taking 2 classes, and that's how they maintain their 4.0. Not so much. If you register for a class, you complete it, and you get that 4.0. That's how you stay. So we're trying to sort of catch the tricksters before they trick us. Keep going. The award would be a tuition reimbursement of $1,000 per semester for an in-district student. That will take care of their tuition. We're going to give them a book reimbursement of $500 per semester. That will take care of most of their books unless they're in some really high-level lab science classes, and then they may have some additional book fees. We're going to give them a housing scholarship of $1,000 per semester at University Courtyard Apartments. So we've got that taken care of, and so for those students that are out of town, we bring them to campus and we let them have a great experience here in our city. We make sure that they get recognized at an annual celebration and at graduation. That's quite a thing to accomplish, and we want to make sure we note those folks. And then we continue that reimbursement on through their bachelor's degree. Another bug proof that we've tried to catch is those students that say they're going to take 8 or 10 years for a bachelor's degree. We're not going to keep this program going. They have up through 124 credits. If they can't get a bachelor's degree at 124 credits, we sort of have to back off at that point and say, you're on your own now. We've gotten you through 4 different major declarations. But I think that the idea is we want to get you through a bachelor's degree. We're not looking to cut anybody off early, but we want them to do it in a timely fashion. So I've kind of already gone over what's different about this, the idea that it's performance-based, the idea that we are really looking for high-performing students that are able to maintain that high level of rigor, and that we are going to continue to support students past the Temple College experience. And I come back to you and I say, well, I City of Temple, and I want you to go back to your own strategic goals, and we look at those objectives, and we talk about improving the image of education in the community. To be able to keep those 4.0 students in our community and to have them proud to be Temple College graduates and proud of the education that they've received through us and from us, I think that does a huge service to us as a town. The other thing is we want to look at emphasizing and targeting higher-end, creative class businesses in a higher-end workforce. If we want a higher-end workforce, we probably need a higher-end student base. And so again, the idea of keeping these students here on our turf is only good for us. I would be happy to entertain questions if there's anything I can answer. Kenyon, that's pretty fabulous, and those are great folks to follow, and it's, I said out there thinking, yeah, I'd support them, yeah, I'd support us, but we're in good company.
Having sat through a couple of different presentations on this myself with the foundation board, and you did a good job of presenting this, covered the kind of bases and the questions that you've been grilled with.
Right.
And so the lever load leading into this kind of takes what we did last year and really helps to leverage that again and get people started. And I don't know if you said this, one thing that at the foundation board that we talked about and I really liked about it was the fact that we're using this as a tool to attract high-level students. That's right. A lot of folks think, oh, those are capable of 4.0s, they're going on to four-year universities, and like you said, you know, they get all the financial assistance and help that they can even ask for. We were told that's not the case.
No, it really, and I think one of the profound comments, Anthony Newton, who serves on my board, sat when she heard this, and she just looked up with this beatific look, and she says, I love this. No one helps those kids. And I thought, if anybody knows that, it's Aunt Penny, right? She's been teaching them for 60 years. She gets that, and when we sort of got her stamp of approval and her endorsement, I think that was pretty meaningful.
Good presentation. Ready? And you're looking for 5,000 again?
I am looking for 5,000 again. Like I said, it's the smallest amount we'll ask of anybody. You worked for me last year, and I just need you to kick this off for us again this year and let us get rolling.
And if you've looked at the presentation, that is the right number. $5 million is the goal because this is an endowment program.
This is going to be a huge campaign for us, and we are looking at large dollars because we want this to be a self-sustaining endowment, so that once we raise that $5 million, we will be able to operate the program forever off of the interest and dividends from it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jennifer. Esther, you ready? All right. We're on about 15 minutes ahead, and so we'd just love to get done 15 minutes early. Give us a little break before council this evening. Thanks for being here, Esther. And Commissioner, good to see you. Commissioner Richard Cortez here with us, I think on behalf of Bell County tonight. Yeah, good. Thank you, Richard. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. So briefly tell you about the Bell County Temple Health Center and services and some of the contacts we've had. Of course, we have Commissioner Cortez here to say a few words on our behalf. Bell County Health Center stands for Health, Education, Leadership, and Progress. The Health Center has served the community since 1972, but since 1993, we've been under the auspices of Bell County. We've been partners for operation administration with the City of Temple to provide social services to the citizens of Temple. This partnership is vital in order for these services to continue. Our purpose and mission is for helping people help themselves. First, by alleviating their immediate crisis, whether it's a utility bill, rent, medication, and then by linking them with other resources to help them get to self-sufficiency, whether it be obtaining an ID to get to work, a GED, paying for books, paying for part of tuition for them to become self-sufficient. The Health Center offers services and programs, and we partner with 211. We offer direct financial assistance. We offer coordination resources, linking a person up with resources in the area. We offer some limited case management, and we have weekly education classes covering topics such as budgeting, nutrition, financial planning, employment opportunities, health and nutrition, and energy conservation. We do have on-site partner agencies such as Section 8 Housing, Families in Crisis, Hope Country Community Action Outreach, and Niagara Life Extension Services. Several of our staff do sit on various community service boards such as Embrace Committee, Citizens for Progress, Texas Workforce Board, Family Promise, 211, the Homeless Alliance, Care Network, as well as offer leadership support to other local grassroots organizations. Our contacts for fiscal year October 2010-2011. During during fiscal year 2010-2011, there were 25,250 non-financial contacts to include phone calls, walk-ins, appointments, and class attendance. A total of 2,275 families were provided direct financial assistance to include rent, utilities, medication, gasoline, bus tickets, and tokens, child care costs, birth certificates, IDs, driver's license, work books, GEDs, and test fees, college books, uniforms, and limited work tools. We take for granted sometimes that, $15, $20 isn't much, but when you have nothing and you need to start somewhere, that can make a big difference. Simply getting someone a health card to help them get a job, $15 doesn't sound like much, but it's many dollars to a person who doesn't have to learn. People seeking assistance are required to attend orientation. Only those who are 60 plus, employed full-time, or in school full-time are exempt. The orientation class consists of an application that they can complete. We let them know what services we can and cannot offer, and we let them know what other resources are available in the community. Upon completion of the orientation, they are seen a caseworker on the same day, and the caseworker at that time determines their need based on their home situation and lets them know what other resources are available that might help them out to become self-sufficient. During 2010-2011, there were 57 customers who completed their goals towards self-sufficiency by either getting their GED or completing CNA certification classes or other classes. Our emergency funding partners include United Way, TXG Energy, Reliant Energy, Turf, Bell County, City of Temple, CDBG, HCAA, Hill Country Community Action, and local donations. For these partnerships during 2011, we were able to bring in over $450,000 in direct financial assistance. Our yearly budget, operating budget to include personnel and operating budget, is $327,985. The Temple Health Center serves Temple as well as Eastville County with 5 full-time staff. Today, we're asking you to please give us another $50,000 like you did last year. We really could use it as operating costs to help with operating costs. We strongly believe that the City of Temple funds is an investment in people's lives. And this allows us to help to prevent many hardships by meeting the immediate needs of the customers that we see and then allowing them to become productive citizens and taxpayers and to become self-sufficient. Therefore, contributing to the City of Temple and the surrounding area. And now I'd like Commissioner Cortez to say a few comments.
Thank you, Esther. Commissioner, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember. We talk to government an awful lot about collaboration. If you listen to the number of organizations and entities that are involved in what we work with in that agency and that group, it is a whole host of different agencies. We work with them to get them educated. We teach them hands-on stuff, the Dragon Life Extension, to learn how to use their money wisely, to cook, to purchase stuff. And of course, Judy is sitting up there with y'all, and she's our director of this whole program in Bell County. One I didn't think we mentioned was workforce, and I know we work closely with workforce to get people jobs and work with them. This is a true effort to bring in all the different agencies to work together and provide services to people that improve their lives. And so I just second everything she said, but we appreciate y'all's support of working with us to help the needy in our communities.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any questions for Esther or myself?
Okay. Thank you both. Council, questions, comments?
Excuse me, I do have one young lady who's here, and she'd like to just give a short testimonial.
Okay.
Thank you. Her name is Daisy Reed.
Ms. Reed, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I've been working alongside Ms. Esther at the Hill Country Community Action Center, and it's just been a wonderful success for me. I'm working and I'm completing my nursing degree, so I'll be active in the community helping self-sufficient. The program has really tremendously helped me really tackle. When you're in school, you really have, as a single parent that I am, having to balance, between my son and school, and really trying to really be a success with that. And the program really helped me do that. I offer to be assistance, so it's greatly appreciated, and it is needed. Oh, I do graduate next week. So completed that program, and I do
expect to continue my education and get my bachelor's degree. So, and the program has been tremendously helpful for me, it really has.
And where will you graduate from?
At Temple College.
I thought that was a fairly low-risk question. Well, great. Well, congratulations, Ms. Reed. Thanks for coming.
Okay, thank you so much.
Best of luck with your degree going forward.
Thank you.
Any questions for Esther? David? Thank you very much for taking the time to present. Commissioner Perkins, thanks for being with us. Good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up this presentation. David, any closing comments?
Very quick one, there are 4 agencies that you also have in your notebook did not make a presentation, they were not required to. So, not that they're missing in action or anything. The Children's Advocacy Center, the Czech Heritage Museum, Hill Country Community Action, Kaleidoscope, Early Childhood Development Center, and the Temple Symphony Orchestra. You have the request information also in the notebook.
Again, Bryn, thank you very much for putting all this together and coordinating this. I appreciate it. Did a great job. And Council, thanks for the extra time in the workshop this afternoon. We appreciate all that. And so, if there's nothing else, this workshop session of the Temple City Council is adjourned. We'll see you back here at 5 o'clock for a regular meeting. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this regular called meeting of the Temple City Council for Thursday, May the 3rd. If you please rise, we'll have our invocation led by Captain Franco Higdon. Just in the nick of time, Captain. And then our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Temple Elks member Ray Camps. Captain.
Heavenly Father, thank you for this great day of justice. We got rest for those who blessed on the city ministry, working the wisdom, the units, and the city government. We are blessed for your life. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being with us this evening and participating in tonight's council meeting. The first item on our agenda is an opportunity for public comment. Citizens who desire to address the council on any matter may sign up to do so prior to the meeting. Public comments will be received during this portion of the meeting. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. No action or discussion will be taken as a result of your comments at this time. So I would like to call Ms. Hazel Mathis. Ms. Mathis, welcome.
My name is Hazel Mathis. I live at 1 South 18th Street. I was up here before about the trains and all the noise. It's been got worse. I mean, I'm a hard patient. I have open heart surgery. I have COPD. I've got rheumatoid. I've got fibromyalgia. And all that noise is bothering me. Okay? The city people came out one day to check my deck for a rent. I had just went back in the house because I had got my yard cut. I had dropped my license, so one of the ladies knocked on the door and gave me my license. Okay, my yard had just been cut. This lady moved in down the street. She called and asked, well, they're going to come on the lot. This 2 weeks later, it's going to rain for a whole week. My brother's over here. So, I get this letter is this permit, this violation? They tell me, like they always tell me about the lot, cutting myself, if I'm the only one worried about it. But the lot can go all the way over to my property. For 5 years, I've been paying people to come over and cut their lot. We cut the trees down, we cut the brush down, people dump tires, old tires and everything over there, we removed. They were stacked at the street. About 2 weeks before they came out and measured my ramp. Another lady called in about the time. Okay, I called once before. The young man told me, get some of your people to cut. Before, when I came up here about this, the lady, she told me, she said, well, why can't you cut it? Or why can't you find a person that owns it? I don't work for the city. I live on 18th Street. I don't work for the city. Why should I have to find that man and tell him to cut his lot? And I tell him, either one of y'all to come down 18th Street. It's a mess down there. And if I'm being a sick person, I used to cut. I can't cut it no more. If I have to go out there and cut somebody else's lot, what is that saying for the city? And I can't get nobody to come out there and cut. And then they're going to tell me, well, all you got to do is cut round in the middle. Okay. Well, that all the what's going on my property. I can't keep cutting it. I don't want a fixed income. I can't keep paying people $300-$400 for my insurance company to come out and cut trees on my house. I know trees that fall in my house, and I had to cut them off. That's not fair to me, because the city won't make them do nothing. But why should I have to cut somebody else's lot when it's not mine? I didn't really ask them if they sell me that little piece, and we'll keep it cut. No, we can't do that. Well, it's back taxes on it, so go back to me, it belongs to the city. So somebody needs to come cut it. You got fleas, I got flea bites. I don't have a dog, but I got flea bites. I call fleas on me. You got mosquitoes. When it rains, it's a mess down there. And nobody wants to do nothing about it. What can I do? So I did talk to my doctor. So he might be notifying some of y'all soon.
Thank you, Ms. Hampton. Next on the agenda are proclamations and special recognitions. We have a group with us this evening. We appreciate all of you being here. We are going to recognize Motorcycle Safety Month, and Mr. Billy Miller, who's the president of the BMW Crew Motorcycle Riding Club, if you'll come forward, sir. Let me make a presentation of this proclamation and let you tell us a little bit about your club and organization and what goes on in motorcycle safety. From the Office of the Mayor of the City of Temple. Whereas motorcycles are a safe and fuel-efficient way to travel in today's society, is finding more citizens involved in motorcycling on the streets and highways of our great country. Whereas motorcyclists are roughly unprotected and much more likely to be injured or killed in a crash than any other vehicle. Whereas campaigns have helped inform riders and motorists about motorcycle safety and to reduce motorcycle-related risks, injuries, and fatalities through a comprehensive approach to motorcycle safety. And whereas it is the responsibility of all who put themselves behind the wheel to be aware of motorcyclists and regard them with the same respect as any other vehicle traveling on the roadways. And now therefore I, William A. Jones III, Mayor of the City of Temple, Texas, do hereby proclaim May of 2012 as Motorcycle Safety Month in the City of Temple, Texas. And I encourage all citizens to become aware of the inherent danger involved in operating a motorcycle and remember to give the operators of motorcycles the respect on the roads that they deserve. In testimony whereof, I will be my hand and the seal of the City of Temple, Texas, on this the 3rd day of May 2012. Miller, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to recognize our responsibilities to respect those on motorcycles on the highways. Could you tell us about your group?
On behalf of the United Clubs of Waco and the Texas Confederation of Clubs and Independent Drivers, we would like to thank the City of Temple Motorcycle Safety Month. Proclaiming the month of May for motorcycle safety and awareness month. As you know, there's a lot of things that goes into the safety of a bike, riding a motorcycle. There's things out there already in play as far as safety. You know, motorcycles get inspected just like any other vehicle to make sure that they're operating properly. Riders go through a safety course now before they are licensed. But the main thing that we're focusing on is the awareness, because we have to let other drivers out there be aware that we are out there. We have lost too many lives as motorcyclists because I didn't see them. That's what we always hear. I did not see them. So that's why we're doing this. It takes the courage of clubs and individuals. Started this program this year. We have 253 cities throughout the state of Texas and 13 counties that we have been through for this program. That's making us so aware. And we ask that the City of Temple continue on and help us put the word out there. We're out there. You have more and more motorcycle rides, especially with the way gas prices are now. People are turning to motorcycles to ride them. So what we ask is you watch out for us, put the word out there, and one of the things that we say, watch out for drivers, look out for us, make sure that you look twice, save a life. That's right. You may say, maybe buys or my fellow riders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks all of you for being here. Keep an eye out for you. Our next recognition is Youth Week, and once again we have Mr. Willie Capps here with us with the Temple Elks Lodge. Elks obviously do a tremendous amount of work for the youth, and it's a main part of the work that they do. And Mr. Capps, we're glad to have you back again and giving us the opportunity to recognize Youth Week along with the Elks. Whereas the Benevolent and Protective Order of the Elks has made a commitment to lay a solid foundation for the future, building the moral and physical character of American boys and girls, the leaders of tomorrow. Whereas the first week of May of each year has been designated as National Youth Week, recognizing young people for their involvement with the achievements in the community. Whereas, just as in years past, Temple Elks Lodge number 138 will sponsor observance during that week in tribute to the youth of this community, and no event could be more deserving of our support and participation than one dedicated to these young people who represent our nation's greatest resource, and who in the years ahead will assume the responsibility for the advancement of our free society. And whereas to achieve this worthy objective, we should demonstrate our understanding of their hopes and aspirations and a sincere willingness to help prepare them in every way for the responsibilities and opportunities ahead of them. And now therefore I, William A. Jones III, Mayor of the City of Temple, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of May 1st through 7th of 2012 as Youth Week in the City of Temple, Texas. And I encourage all citizens to join the youth in our community by expressing appreciation for their accomplishments and to let them know that we are proud of them. In testimony whereof, I witness my hand and the seal of the City of Temple on this, the 3rd day of May of 2012. Willie, thanks to you and to the Elks, as always, for the work you do with our youth and promoting the future leaders of this community. Thanks for being here. And I'll give you a couple minutes to tell us about the activities you got going on. That's it, buddy.
I'm Willie Capps. I'm with the Elks Lodge. I am the district chairman for drug awareness and for youth activities. We've been involved for many years for our youth. We sponsor all kinds of sports games: basketball, football, soccer, anything in them we can sponsor. Our national hoop shoot program is just completing a national competition where the national winner gets a full college scholarship. As far as scholarships go, the Elks give out over $6 million a year as scholarship grants, as scholarship monies. That is second only to the United States government. We have a very active drug awareness program. We give out millions of pieces of literature every year for teaching kids how about drugs, how parents have to decide to determine if their kids are on drugs,
And we also have, tonight we're honoring 3 students from Kennedy Valley Elementary School. 2 of them took first place in the Drug Awareness Contest in the state, and 1 of them took 3rd place. It's a very good feather in our cap to have all 3 winners. 2 big winners I took. Last we had 3 state winners. We're still working on that. We'll also be honoring 3 Eagle Scouts from Troop 153 for training to rank as Eagle Scout. Mr. Dunn is one of my best Boy Scouts. I've been a Boy Scout for 37 years. I have no sons, but I have 2 girls. And they are Girl Scouts, and we do support Girl Scouts also. Our state project is a feather in my cap also. What we do, we have 7-week-long summer camp for handicapped kids. Free. Don't charge anybody. It costs $30,000 a week to run this camp. The kids get to go free, 7 weeks. If you know wants to go, let me know, I get the application. Also, we have a special grants for special kids programs, where we give out scholarships, give out monies to buy wheelchairs, hearing aids, surgeries, wheelchairs, wheelchair lifts, vans, anything of a prosthetic nature that a child needs that's not covered by insurance, or insurance runs out, or insurance doesn't cover it. See me, I've got an application, I can take care of it. And I also create this program myself. So I know it's good to spend over $400,000 a year on this program, and everything is free. We do a lot for our community. We're very proud to be a member of this community, and I'm hopefully been here for over 125 years. Hope we'll be here a lot longer than that. Thank you.
Well, as always, thank you for joining us. Thanks for what you do. And our final proclamation and recognition for this evening is in recognition of National Salvation Army Week. And Captain Higgin is with us this evening, and he's, understand, not going to be with us very much longer. Well, your wife says she's going, so I kind of assumed you might go with her. So you guys are moving on and are going to take on some new and additional responsibilities in Central Texas, Capital Texas. And we appreciate what you've done in our community and for our community and in the Salvation Army. And tonight we want to recognize the Salvation Army, which is becoming more and more involved in our community with the efforts that you've been working on. So we thank you for that. So from the Office of the Mayor, whereas National Salvation Army Week was officially declared by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1954. Whereas President Eisenhower proclaimed the Salvation Army has long been a symbol of wholehearted dedication to the cause of human brotherhood, and their work has been a constant reminder to all of us that each of us is a neighbor and a kin to all Americans. Giving freely of themselves, the men and women of the Salvation Army have won the respect of us all. Whereas the Salvation Army has been supporting those in need without discrimination for 127 years in the United States, and more than 28 million Americans receive assistance from the Salvation Army each year through the broadest array of social services. And whereas the purpose of this week is to raise awareness about the Salvation Army and the work that is done to help people in need 365 days a year. Now therefore I, William A. Jones III, Mayor of the City of Temple, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of May 14th through 20th of 2012 as National Salvation Army Week in the City of Temple, Texas. And I encourage all citizens to spread the word about the important job the Salvation Army does to support all of our neighbors. In testimony whereof I witness my hand in the seal of the City of Temple on this, the 3rd day of May, 2012. Captain Higgin, thank you very much for the work that you've done in Temple. God bless you, sir. Anything you want to tell us about what's going on? Got a little bit of things in the works?
My name is Captain Frank Higgin of the Salvation Army. She was on. And me and my wife, Martha, are the officers, pastor, administrators here. And we first want to thank the City Council for allowing us to be recognized and for your support behind it, especially you, Mr. Blackburn. Appreciate you for all the help you've done for us. The Salvation Army was founded in 1865 by a guy named William Booth, a Methodist preacher. And you have to understand, at the time, in London, England, the poor were being taken care of, the homeless were being taken care of, so God placed on his heart to lead the Methodist Church, start the Salvation Army. And from 1865 to what you see today, the Salvation Army is alive and well. love in action, showing people, men, women, children, the love of Jesus. That someone cares for them, someone loves them, and God has a plan for their life, and God has not given up on them. Things here in Temple, as you may see, we're in the process of still raising money to build the Center of Hope. It's a transition housing program, church or services offices, and it's a place we're taking from Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I've made for you, I'm going to paraphrase it, plans to prosper you, you know what I mean, to give you a future into a hope. And we believe that with God's help, we will be able to change lives here in the Temple community. That men and women and children who are homeless, who are hungry, who need not a handout, but help up, could get a second chance to be productive citizens in our community. And I want to just encourage you to continue to pray for this mammoth project we're doing, and we cannot do it without the city's help and the citizens of the Temple Belt area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Higdon, and if you make the same kind of impact in Temple, Texas that you've made here, Temple's going to do well. All right, thank you, sir. Next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. All items listed in this section, consent, are considered to be routine by the City Council and may be enacted by one motion. If discussion is desired by the council on any item, it may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any council member and will be considered separately. This is item 4A through I. Council, are there any items that you wish to be removed from the consent agenda for voting purposes, presentation, or discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion for item 4A through I, the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda 4A through I. Any further discussion? Not, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Schneider?
Aye.
Councilmember Morales? Aye. Mayor Jones?
Aye. Item 5 is a first reading and public hearing. Consider adopting an ordinance amending Article 6 of the Temple Unified Development Code, establishing a 1st and 3rd Street overlay, add standards for development in the specific area, and consider a zoning map amendment defining the boundaries of the 1st and 3rd Street overlay. Stop.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I want to start off this presentation by talking a little bit about what an overlay district is. What it is a planning tool, and it's a method to be able to apply specific standards to a very specific area. And what I think is important to note about this is that the area still retains all of its underlying existing zoning. All it does is apply enhanced standards to the existing zoning that we already have. The approach that we've taken toward this ordinance is that it mainly focuses on the front public street realm, and it involves things like wider sidewalks and also street trees. There are other minimum standards that are on relative to on-site development, and I'll be going over those in a few minutes. But again, no effect on the underlying zoning. The purpose and background on this is a citizen and city council initiated project. It originally started with KTV and some citizen initiated requests, and city council also looked at this initiative. This really applies back to an effort that we started about 4 years ago, which is our strategic investment zone. And when we established strategic investment zones, which this entire area of overlay is inclusive of them, we came up with several different methodologies to try to accomplish redevelopment and improvement in areas. Those included code enforcement, grants, public infrastructure, and also enhanced development standards. Since the inception 4 years ago, we have been working diligently on the code enforcement aspect on 1st and 3rd Street. We also put in place grant programs for that area that address many of the standards that are allocated here for proposal. We have also are working on a public improvement infrastructure project that I'll be going over. And also, and this is the last prong here, which is the enhanced development standards. We would also hope with this ordinance that we could encourage development and new redevelopment and provide some predictability for those that want to invest in the area. The comprehensive plan
this type of effort in order to enhance our entryways. This corridor encompasses and leads to several major elements of our community, including the downtown, TMed, and the Mayburn Center. And finally, we want to prevent any kind of future decline and to maintain property values. We went through an extensive process to come up with this proposed development code. We started with a SWOT analysis at the City Council. We presented our findings in February. We then went through a visual preference survey with City Council at a workshop, and we also presented those findings in February. We then took it to a planning and zoning workshop, and planning and zoning went over this and received public input for 2 meetings. And finally, on April 16th, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved and recommends approval for this. The area has 3 distinct zones. The first starts on the southern portion of First, which bumps up to TMed. It starts at First on Avenue M and goes to Avenue C, which is a very mixed environment. Going further north on the other side, starting on 3rd Street from Houston to Monroe, is more primarily a residential component. And then finally, further north from Nugent Ford all the way to the Mayburn Center is also a mixed environment. I want to talk briefly about the different standards that are being put in place. On the residential standards, they only apply for brand new construction. Also, what applies are general codes that are in place already, which is our zoning district and our use standards. There are only 2 changes to residential standards, and that is a 50% maximum impervious lot coverage, and also what the fence materials are. There are some changes to the public frontage standards, but I'll go over those as we're talking about commercial. For the non-residential, I wanted to briefly go over the different types of categories of standards that can be applied in an overlay. First are the general standards, as I mentioned, which are more of your zoning and use standards. We also look at different issues of access and circulation, such as driveways and curb cuts. Public frontage standards apply to the area between the right-of-way and the back of curb and the property line. And we have 3 different distinct public frontage standards that we're proposing based on the different characters of the area. And generally, those public standards include things like planting beds, trees, and sidewalks. There's also private property landscape standards and general planting criteria. Sign standards are typical, and there are only a couple of proposed standards for signs. And there's off-street parking, that's our existing code with a couple of specifications. There are screening and buffering for things like mechanical equipment, waste containers, loading docks, etc. And also, this ordinance will apply, and we'll talk about the specifics of outdoor storage and display of goods. There's also utility standards. The way that the ordinance works is very similar to our other overlay ordinance, I-35. The calculation is based on the assessed value that Bell County puts forth. And so I've provided an example here. What we do is we take the dollar amount, the investment of the work done, and we divide that by the assessed value, and that comes up with a percentage, and that's how our triggers are applied. So you can see in this table, it is a cumulative approach, very much so like we have done in the other districts, with no standards applying to interior or exterior maintenance. There are only general standards, which are mostly just our existing ordinance for 24%, and then gradually it applies the different standards based on an increase in gross floor area or an increase in assessed value. With the most of this, all of the standards are applied to new construction. I want to briefly talk about the different public frontage standards, and again, this is the place between the curb and the property line. From Monroe to Mayburn Center It proposes an 8-foot wide sidewalk, and I have put in a picture that is a depiction of what that might look like, with a 4-foot planting strip. And there are some parking lot screening requirements if it's a non-residential. The next area is the residential character area, which is Houston Street to Monroe. This is written in such a way that we try to maintain the existing character of that section. So we ratcheted the sidewalks down to 5-foot wide sidewalks. As you'll notice, they're not back of curb. We have a buffer that's applied with just a ground cover or sod against the street curb. And street trees are 1 to 25, one tree for every 25 foot. But they're placed, this particular picture is not an accurate description in that I wanted to use something that was already in the area, but because of TxDOT standards, these trees will be on the other side, on the house side of the sidewalk, not close to the streets. And the final section is just north of TMed, starting from Avenue M to the bridge. I am showing this depiction because we currently have a community development block grant project going on the west side of First Street in this section. And it has been engineered and we're ready to bid the project. And it's going to include an 8-foot wide sidewalk with decorative pavers and concrete bands and a 4-foot planting strip. And that will be in this area. And because we have funded this as a public improvement project, that's where these standards came forth in this particular section. In the earlier slide, it talked about a cumulative approach, and so I tried to put together a chart that would easily depict the different standards. The general standards start at the 10% level, 10 to 24% level, but the only actual change to our existing code is a maximum impervious cover of 70%. Regarding circulation, circulation standards start at the 50% or greater assessed value or change in square footage, and it just provides that no cul-de-sacs are allowed or flag lots, and it also allows for a 24-foot wide curb cut. There are exceptions to that for larger lots. Also, for private property landscaping and planting, that starts at the 25% level, and I'll focus on the non-residential. It requires a 30% area that is pervious, with 1 tree and 4 shrubs for every 600 square feet. There are foundation plantings, which are 4-foot depth, about 50% of the facade, and irrigation is required. In regarding to screening, screening starts at the 25% level and includes screening for various categories that are listed here. It also provides that no outside storage is allowed. Outdoor retail display is allowed, but on a temporary basis. Also, we do have sign requirements. Those do not apply unless you are installing a new sign or there is a 50% increase. And the 2 provisions that apply in that case are that they are to be internally illuminated and that they not be pole or roof signs. There is also, for new construction only, it requires that utility service lines be placed underground. In the original ordinance, the draft ordinance that was presented to the public, there was also a requirement for ornate pedestrian lighting. That has been removed, and there's just some language in there that indicates at a level of 50% or greater, the city will look to see if the city chooses to pay for and install lighting in those areas, but it's not to be paid for by the private sector. There are a number of areas, and I'm just highlighting a few where there are no changes to the city-wide ordinance. The first being the building standards, architectural design, masonry standards, and such. There are no new standards that are being proposed in this ordinance. It also proposes to keep the current zoning, underlying zoning, and also any buffer requirements. Some of the changes that we made as a result of public input, we did increase the applicability triggers so that nothing applies until 25% increase has occurred, and in that case, there's only one provision. It's really until you get to the 50% level when the provisions start applying. And we also removed certain areas from the overlay. And in particular, the area that we removed was just south of the railroad, which it was a lot that was a little bit off of First Street, and there were several lots there that were removed at the request of some citizens. We also received several questions during our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and I wanted to highlight some of those. One of the questions that, in fact, we went over extensively in the Planning and Zoning Commission was whether our CIS grant programs were still available, and if funding was still available, should someone need to apply. And yes, the grant program is still funded, and there are adequate funds at this time for projects. Others had concerns about parking, what will happen to their parking. There are a number of businesses that are built very close to the road, particularly on the southern portion of this, and they are using TxDOT right-of-way for their parking areas. And when we go in and do public projects like this, and also when the private sector is working, we're going to work with them to try to preserve as much parking as possible and ensure that they have proper circulation to be able to accomplish their business needs. There was also some concern and misunderstanding about the utility provisions. The underground utilities only apply to the service lines that do not apply to any distribution lines. As I mentioned before, there were concerns about the triggers being set too low, and so we have made those adjustments as I mentioned earlier. We also received a request to delay the standards for 2 to 4 years to see how the grant program might work if it were to be a purely voluntary program. We did send out notification as required by the state law, and there were quite a lot of notices that we had to send out. Although it's a long, narrow strip that we're applying the overlay, it does encompass a lot of property owners, especially when you start doing a 200-foot radius around that long section. So we had almost 700 notices that were sent out. We received 6 in favor for property owners, and 18 property owners recommended denial. And then from the 200-foot neighbor radius, we received 16 in favor and 15 in denial. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this item on April 16th and voted 9-0 for recommending approval to City Council, and also recommending the map exclusions as were outlined. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any response, council, questions and comments from staff prior to public hearing?
I have a few questions, if I may. The sidewalks from Monroe to Mayburn, the 8-foot sidewalks, you're going to reach a certain point where in Bel Air to Bel Air North, where I don't know if there's going to be enough, if there's going to be 8 feet plus 4 feet for landscaping along there to put those in, if anything were to ever be done. How did y'all figure that one out?
Well, they did look at the sections. If there are sections that it's not physically possible, then we would adjust as applied. There's also a variance provision that I should have outlined that will allow for those types of variances.
I just think that's a little scary to some folks that, are limited on space anyway, and then they're wondering where the 12 feet is going to come from if that were to happen. On the sidewalks, you mentioned the pavers. If the property owner is responsible for putting these sidewalks in, how are they going to know what paver to use? Because there are a lot of pavers out there.
There are standards. I would say the only section that the pavers apply to is the section where the side of the roadway, if we were unable to fund that future project from that side, then that would apply, and we have standards that they would, that we can provide for that. The other thing is, I would suggest that we consider allowing for grants for that, because there is an extra expense for that section, and our SIS program can help assist and pay for that extra standard in that section.
Got one more question. I've had several questions regarding signage. And actually, it's a pretty valid point. How are people going to see around the signs that we're asking them to put in instead of the pole signs?
How can they see it?
And how can, if they're pulling up to an intersection, and if it's hard enough to look around a pole sign, but how are they going to look around a sign with a brick or stone foundation?
Our general standards, we have a visibility triangle that applies citywide, and so signs are not allowed to be in those areas. Also, we would apply our 3 to 7 foot criteria, which is the view that is the standard view that people have when they're in their automobile. So both of those standards would apply to addressing.
A couple questions as well. On the pavers, and kind of tagging on to what Councilman Dunn has just suggested, the pavers are different, even though they might be the same paver from one year to the next, different runs, different colors. And so to match those over a period of years is going to be difficult. So, I don't know how to address that as far as maybe several different colors that break it up that can it doesn't look like a patchwork, but if they're the same color paper, they're not going to be the same color paper from one year to the next. So I'm not going to work on that as far as design. I do understand if you've already got the wheel in motion for one side to match the other side, I agree with that, but if there's some way to match that up. Second.
Also, I'm sorry, also we're going to experience some fading, and since this part of it is going to be over a period of time, we are going to face some of those issues if we're unable to, find a way to do the other side, but we'd be happy.
I don't know, may consider staying in the middle or something, I don't know, something maybe lesser expensive, and you can kind of match it from year to year. A trigger, what about interior renovation only of a commercial building that exceeds 25% cost of the entire structure?
That was one of the changes that we made that's different than the I-35 ordinance. Any interior renovation, regardless of the increase in value, none of the standards apply.
So if you want to repaint your house and repaint the interior house, anything inside that footprint, you're okay. If you want to reroute your parking lot or whatever outside, add on, and if it exceeds that amount, then the trigger will go. Okay. Good. I'm glad we added that. Let's see. And then I guess the other trigger would be, let's say you have the same house and it goes from residential to commercial. I guess that's going to have some requirements for parking. Let's say there is enough parking there for the flower shop or whatever that might be. Will that make a trigger as well, although you're not changing the property on the outside, all you're doing is remodeling the inside? Will that trigger as well?
Changing use, if it changes from a single-family use used as a home and it is then applied as a commercial property, then almost everything is applied the new standards except for the utility standards.
Can you tell us a little bit about the variance process if someone were to apply for that?
The variance process is similar to the I-35, where they come in and talk to staff, try to find a way to comply or alternative ways to comply, but if not, they will go through the regular process.
I'm a little bit concerned about the pavers in the sidewalk. If the city's going in and putting in one side of it, and we're saying that, yes, possibly we will help you with the other side. Just hope that we can do something a little bit more convincing than that, because I know it's not fair for one person not to have to do it, and somebody right across the street would have to do it also.
That's, if I can jump on that, another question that I've had is that if you drive down South First now, as we've started adding more and more sidewalk requirements, you'll have, or in TMed, you'll have, one block here with a sidewalk, and you'll go 3 or 4 with a sidewalk. And then you look at some areas of town where you have a very nice sidewalk, but a lot of that's been, we've been able to use CDBG funds to put in some of those sidewalks. Or do you think that getting into this with these, with this overlay in place, do you think the opportunity for us to seek other grants or do you think that helps us go out and seek those so we can put those in and not necessarily burden the property owner with that? Look in the future in your crystal ball and tell me.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I don't know, this may be a question also. I'm not, other than CDBG, I don't know that there is any grant sources out there for sidewalks.
No, all we have is our SIS program.
Safe Routes to Schools, you're right. Safe Routes to Schools has been an opportunity for some, but that's tied to schools, and you're right, there's some opportunity there, but there's, I call it almost a restricted program in one sense. But in terms of just general grant monies out there for the city to access for sidewalk expansion, very, very limited. And then for our SIS program right now, sidewalks is an eligible item in the SIS program.
Yes, sidewalks and landscaping. And I might want to know, we have gotten other grants for sidewalks, but they're combined sidewalks and trails, and that's why you have the wider sidewalk. And for instance, right now, part of the southern portion of South First Street is the Transportation Enhancement Grant. And that actually is a grant that we could apply for in the future to run and apply further north. We also have the Tiger 3 grant, the series of Tiger grants that are out that are proposed through the federal government, and we can apply for sidewalks through that program as part of the larger project, which we actually have a grant outstanding right now in that regard, waiting for an answer.
Ms. Council, as far as the plans on that side, west side, are the plans already drawn, or can that be changed? Do you want to change that as far as
the plans are currently drawn, but I'd have to ask the project manager about ability to change.
I don't know what y'all think. It could be stamp copy, something you can match. Just a thought.
I do know that the original was a stain stamped as opposed to a brick paver type, and for, I think, maintenance and corrosion.
Add DDUP for stamped concrete as part of the bid package. So
That would be
council could award the contract with the DDUP to go with stamped concrete, although it's not recommended by the project engineer.
Well, pavers, and I'm sorry to be on this paver thing, but what about accessibility as far as wheelchairs and people on wheels things? Will that be difficult at all?
There should not be any problem with that.
I think just another comment, looking at the requirements for landscaping, you call for foundation or landscaping right up on the foundation of the building. Many times, structural and geotech engineers will advise against that because you're having watering and could cause some movement of foundation.
The foundation plantings is a term, it's not being literally used as right up against the foundation. In fact, you have a case coming forward where they're called foundation plantings, but they're pulled away from they're closer to the foundation than it is curbside, but they're not sitting up against the foundation.
raised beds
So,
or-
and they still meet the requirements, either through a raised bed or through flat surface. I'm just wondering a little bit about the parking issue. I know it would have to be individual, but is there any, we're seeing major issues with that on some of the business there on First Street? The northern section has more working room. The southern section, as I indicated earlier, the properties are encroaching on the state right-of-way, and we're just going to have to work with that. There still is a need for, as was mentioned earlier, for people to be able to pass through the property, for wheelchairs and strollers, and so that's why we're still recommending those improvements to get those individuals out of the roadway and having accessibility, but we're just going to have to work with each situation on the south end as it comes into fruition. And the other factor is that I wanted to point out, I mean, none of these standards apply unless there's a significant renovation that's happening because the trigger is at over 50%. However, we will, as the public improvement project goes through, we'll have to work with property owners as that happens.
If there are no other questions from council, this item requires a public hearing, and I'll declare the public hearing open at this time. Anyone wishing to speak before the council on this item, please come forward and state your name and address for the record prior to making your comments.
Okay, members of the council, I'm Scott Andrews. The address is 319 South First. We are a group of engineers, we're investors, we also live here. We really appreciate what you're trying to do with such a zoning change, and I know it's called an overlay, but essentially this is a zoning change for our area and our property. But it's going to achieve exactly the opposite of the intention. It's wonderful to have these step triggers, but on average these are $50,000 to $100,000 properties along this corridor. Those triggers are not going to allow any renovation on the outside without kicking it in. And these are properties that in many cases are going right up to the property line. We have one, many of our neighbors have one. We have no parking. We have no signage. We have no building access except outside our property line, in our case. It was wonderful. I've actually spoke about this 4 times. I've seen this presentation 4 times. Every time it gets a little bit sweeter. It sounds good, but this is the wrong area to do this in. It doesn't fit here. The properties don't fit. And as council members, if you vote for such an ordinance, what you're doing, at least on the southern end, is basically telling those businesses to leave. There is not room for your business in this corridor. And I don't think Temple is that has that attitude. But that's what we perceive as business owners. We can't build a sign, we can't expand, we can't work with the city. Yes, we could go ask for variances, but we don't know if we're going to get them. So if we're going to implement a project, we have to go build. We would much rather work with the city as opposed to feeling like we would be working with them. And that's really the perception we've got from such a project. Just to talk about the pavers in general, it really appears to us that if someone went down the list and picked what is the most expensive, the best, and without regard to the area where this is done in, we have a sidewalk now that is almost non-passable because it's broken up concrete pieces. We had to uncover it when we renovated the building. It would be great to improve that, but it would make sense to improve that with something that's reasonably cost effective. Put in more concrete, that's fine. To put in pavers, Russell, you're correct. They be different colors over the years. If any anybody drips oil or a car drips oil on them, they'll stain. They're rough. And I mean no offense, but we have quite a few wheelchairs. We also have quite a few homeless with grocery carts that won't go down pavers. They'll be back out in the street where they don't live. It would make sense to me, and I drive up and down 3rd and 1st Street every day, to try to establish some consistency. We've got concrete sidewalks now. If we have to put in more sidewalks, be consistent. 5 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot, they look similar, but don't switch to a different paving material. Do something that's consistent with the rest of the area. And my gosh, if you're going to pave half the street with pavers, why not try to pave both sides with concrete under the same green fund? So we're really asking, as property owners, number one, we're opposed to this overlay. Vote against it. If it must pass, let's get reasonable on some of the standards. Kick it in at a new construction level where it might be appropriate. Don't burden the properties that are already there. Don't try to run the businesses out that are already there. And let's do something to try to encourage businesses to rework. I really think that's the intent of what, you as council members and what I as a property owner would really like to see in the area is let's try to work with businesses to get them to rework. Predominantly up and down the area, those are open businesses, mostly automotive businesses, tire, repair shops, things that need to improve, and we want to see them improve. But they're going to be locked in this dilemma where if they try to do anything, they kick in additional expense that probably just sit. And that's what I don't want. I think that's what you want. But if it must be an ordinance, let's try to get reasonable on things like pavers. We don't need them. We need nice looking sidewalks. Signs, yeah, these signs are on the street. They're not setback. Our sign would not meet the city setback requirements, and I don't think many along that route would without additional property. So I think it's the wrong area for this type of ordinance. But I thank you for your time. We hope to see some improvement in this area. We work with you to see some improvement in this area.
Mr. Andrews? I might have misunderstood. Is your business in the overlay district?
Andy, we're just outside. We were the area that she mentioned in the presentation.
Okay. I was just, you had mentioned that, and I just wanted to be sure that
I'll be honest, we feel less safe now, ordinance-wise, than we did before.
You want us to put it back in?
Put you back in. That makes a few more sense.
No, I had a very nice conversation with your wife last week, and I appreciate your comments and your thoughts on it.
Good. Well, hopefully the impression is that we want to work with you. Sure.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews.
I'm Christy Andrews, for those of you that do not know. I run a business with my husband at 319 South 1st Street. I do have a question for clarification purposes, because I did not understand this to be the case previously with all the other presentations that we've seen and the regulations were read. But am I to understand correctly that anything you do on the interior, be it maintenance or non-maintenance, any renovations on the interior, do not kick in these triggers?
That is correct.
Is that a change from the planning and zoning?
No, it is not.
Okay. Okay, because on the, where we've got in the particular ordinance that's on the website, it has a little thing on maintenance, well, that's excluded, but it did not clarify that it was only for exterior improvements only.
something else to nothing to that, so.
Okay, well, with that, I'm much relieved because I thought they had included the interior parts as well. I did not understand that to be the case from reading the ordinance and from the other presentations. But I do have concerns in some of you. Excuse me for repeating for those of you that have the opportunity to visit because I've not had the opportunity to visit with all of you. One of the things that was mentioned is the minimum landscaping area, and I do know that many of these lots, or many of these buildings sit on the lots, the lot line, so there is no extra room beyond the lot line to do the 30% minimum area. You're going to see quite a few variances, and I'm talking predominantly on the south side, on South First Street. Again, you're going to have problems with the foundational plantings just because you don't have the space. You're going to see variances come across for those. You talked about, Mr. Danny talked about the monument signs possibly being in the way. I know that there is that city requirement on the triangular space, but there are many businesses with existing signs that were grandfathered in or put in place before those regulations came about. So if they have to take the pole sign down and they don't have space for the monument sign, they can't comply with regulations, and then they're going to be back on your doorstep asking for a variance or asking to keep their sign up that's existing. I just see that these regulations, the way they're written right now, and with what is on South First Street, you're going to have many variance requests come through your door. One of the things is a fence height. There's maximum 4-foot fence height in the regulations, and I know that for some businesses that could be a security problem. So that again would be another variance. One of the suggestions, and again I've visited with some of you but not with all of you, one of the suggestions that I had is that first of all these variances, these regulations come to play only in new construction in the commercial arena. Where you have the flexibility to comply with the landscaping requirements, you have the room to do that. And you can adjust your budget for that. The second part of that, there's two tiers to that. The SEAS program is wonderful and it's been expanded from its original, beginnings 4 years ago. But my other part of this concept would be to have the SEAS or modify the existing SEAS program or develop a new SEAS program that would match funds for the dollars you spent to specifically make these requirements done, where the city would spend their dollars matching you and putting these things, like the sidewalk, for instance. I do know that you spend 50% of your sidewalk, the city will match it if you're granted funds through the SIS program right now. Well, what if you're doing other improvements, let's say spend $1,000 on other improvements, why not the city kick in $1,000 to be used in a sidewalk? Have it tailored a little different than what it is right now, but where the business owner can spend their dollars making the renovations improvements that they want to see, and the city will match that to the items that they want to see. I think that would be reasonable. It would accomplish the idea and the concept of increasing your property value, making improvements to your property while the city is getting what they want to see as well. But I highly encourage you to maybe adjust this ordinance again to just be for new construction and not be a difficult thing for business owners to try to accomplish with renovations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Anyone else wish to comment or speak on this item?
While we're waiting, is there what's the reasoning behind going, TMED has no paver sidewalks, correct? They're concrete sidewalks, correct?
Correct. They're wider, though. There's a trade-off between wide, which the TMED portion is intended to be both a trail and a sidewalk. So it's got a little different. And we have had to adjust the TMED specifications some. We've come back and done a couple of adjustments because of some of the state regulations.
What I'm asking is, why would we change material from concrete sidewalks, whichever the width is, to paver sidewalk? Is this just
trying to create a different, one of the things, the goals of TMED is for it to have different character than others. And so we're trying to create a differentiation between the two districts. We don't want to model both, or you won't be able to know when you enter one district and leave into another.
Did I understand you to say that the pavers is a preference of someone who's not here tonight, and so the engineer's not here? And so, to answer the questions that he would need to answer, why did he specify pavers in this, we just need to get between the first reading and the second reading, get the answer to that, and make a determination as to whether we want pavers in that area for consistency, for all the reasons that have been specified, and we can do that in between this hearing and the next hearing, and make a determination of whether we want the pavers begun. If it's CDBG, if they say, if you're going to get this money, you have to do pavers, or otherwise you don't get the CDBG money. If that's not the case, sounds like we need to reinvestigate what's going on with the pavers in that area. So, and if he's not here to answer those questions, let's get beyond this tonight, and let's have that on the table for between now and the next hearing.
I think that we're talking about our project manager, Don Bond.
Right. I understand.
But I don't know these things.
Well, engineer, he's
It's the city's call as to what materials we want there, I would guess, but...
So he's not here to answer those questions tonight, so, whether he's an engineer, project manager. So, okay. So, but I agree with the comments that have already been made relative to the pavers, and I think they will be a problem. I've had pavers before, they do, unless you put in the foundation, basically put in a sidewalk underneath it with a pit, and you lay the pavers in it so that they can't go anywhere. That is the most expensive sidewalk you could possibly put in, I would think. So, and why in the CDBG project did we put in paver type, projects, if those would be fun to show to begin with. So, anyways, he's not here to answer that.
I don't think it's a technical question. I think it's really more of a taste question. And one of the reasons why the pavers were included is because it was actually for a different reason, for maintenance. In this section, in the picture that I showed you, we chose not to have any ground cover and use pebble rock. And so you had a lot of concrete and a lot of stuff, either rock and so we were trying to provide a contrast so it didn't look so gray. And I think really that is the question, whether there's enough breakup without using coloration. And then there's also a third option, it's all purely taste-oriented, which is just using a stained concrete with no stamp or pavers. There's multiple options. So whatever the council wants, that's what we can do. The only question I can't answer is, and that's from the project engineer or the engineer, how far are we along in the design, and what kind of impact does a change make? That would be the primary question I would have.
So, sounds like tail wagging the dog on this one. For all the rest of this, going to be concrete, can be concrete on the other side of the street. So, anyways, we just need to get some of the answers to those questions and determine whether this is an issue or not. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Thank you for the changes as far as looking into the interior renovations and those types of things. I think it's started out here, it has honed in and clarification, so good job on all that.
Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I'll declare the public hearing closed. The only other comment I want to make is this is a long-term process. This isn't meant to make a change in the next 2 to 3 years and then it'll be all done. Practically speaking, I hope we get a lot of people coming and asking for requests. Does that mean a lot of people are then renovating and wanting to redevelop? The reality is a lot of people aren't going to come. They're going to come with a little time, as they have already. We're going to see the kind of improvements we've already seen on South First Street, which have been, I think, very positive. And what we do here can encourage the continuation of that, those that are in the TMET already. And I think that's the kind of change we are hoping to achieve by doing this overlay. We, over in a long-term period of time, want to improve the looks and appearance of our community. And in some cases, to be quite frank about it, if somebody wants to grow their business there, it's the type of business where they have to expand, some of these cases, it's not a business that we want particularly in that kind of area. They are not so much a commercial business if they expand to that. And they're actually in the TMED area. The area that you're in is more of a commercial light industrial. That's just the nature of what that is down the railroad track area. So I think that's the whole purpose and intent of redeveloping these major corridors into our city, the 1st Street and 3rd Street, is to change the appearance over time. And it's not meant to be a short period of time. TMED's a 25-year plan. So's this, and so as there is development opportunity, we will, just like we are on I-35. We have 2 items coming up on I-35 to look at exceptions because of particular design constraints or existing things. We'll look at those every single time, and I hope you'll see common sense used to accommodate business and property owners, and we just want to raise the bar. We want our community to look better into the future. If we ask the question, are we happy with the way it looks right now, and do we want to continue with that? I think the overwhelming response so far that I've received is no. So what we're trying to do is set a standard that it is predictable, as Ms. Faust said in her presentation. There is some predictability to what it is that's expected. And there's going to be exceptions needed, exceptions requested, and more likely exceptions granted throughout the process. Council, any other comments?
I'll say one thing, because we talked about South First a lot, and North Third is a big part of this. And a couple of years ago, I was driving, I'd gone to the summit early one morning, I was driving home, and along North Third, there were 3 women running in the middle of the street across the medians. And I looked at, number one, I couldn't believe it. And I said, well, it's sad that they're running in the middle of the street. Why aren't there sidewalks on either side? And the second thing I said was, these medians look horrible. And we have so many areas in our city that we have gone in and tried to improve the overall appearance of the medians and the way that the streets themselves look. And those were 2 things that I really wanted to try to tackle. And this overlay district gets us a little bit closer to what I hope to see. So then we have safer places for kids and families to go along North Third, getting from one place to the other. And I think it's a good time for us to do it. And we have some good opportunities with the redevelopment and the schools along North Third.
The standards, we've got to start somewhere, and First Street is really coming along really nice. One part of it, we'd like to see that where, and I think that will encourage more businesses to feel proud of what they're offering and just the whole environment in that area. So I think it's a good time.
All the comments, I'll entertain a motion on the first reading of the overlay district ordinance.
A motion to approve, but can we bring this back on the regular agenda next time?
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the first reading and a request for this to be brought back on the regular agenda as opposed to consent. Is there further discussion or comment? There being none, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Clark.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Schneider.
Aye.
Councilmember Morales. Aye. Mayor Jones.
Aye. Item 6 is the first reading and public hearing. Consider adopting an ordinance abandoning approximately .067 acres of a 15-foot wide public utility easement along the rear property lines of Lot 2 and 1, lots 2 and 1 of Block 1 of the Westfield Development Phase 7, more commonly known as 207 and 219 Westfield Boulevard. Ms. Faust.
Thank you.
And just real quickly before you start with that, Andrews, if you leave before we finish, thank you for your comments and working with us and your input to all of us who have visited with you, and we do appreciate this kind of dialogue. It is very meaningful and very important to what we do, so thank you for that. Ms. Faust.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a simple easement abandonment of .06 acres, and it's a 15-foot wide utility easement that we currently have. The easement is just off of Honeysuckle Drive between a dental office and Scott and White and near Westfield subdivision and Boulevard, excuse me. The easement is currently used for only private purposes. There's a 4-inch sewer line, a 2-inch water line, and a 2-inch irrigation line that are all solely in this public easement and is also underneath a concrete parking lot. If this easement is abandoned, there will be a private easement that is placed on top of it in order for the adjacent property owner at 219 Westfield Boulevard to secure his utilities. We sent notices to all of the utility providers, including our Public Works Department, and all had no objections to this request. Also, state law does provide that no compensation must be provided for this abandonment. Here is another showing of the 15-foot wide section, and staff recommends approval of this request. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Council, questions? Hearing none, open the public hearing. This item is published for public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak before the council on this item, please come forward and state your name and address for the record, providing me with comments. Seeing no one wishing to speak, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Council, you have pleasure first reading of this abandonment ordinance.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Motion is second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary?
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Schneider?
Aye.
Councilmember Morales?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
Aye. Item 7 is consider adopting a resolution authorizing an appeal of standards in Section 6.7 of the Unified Development Code related to the I-35 corridor overlay zoning district for sign requirements for Starbucks Coffee located at 111 North General Bruce Drive. Ms. Faust.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is a request for appeal of 2 freestanding signs. They're at the Starbucks location on I-35. The remodel that occurred or is occurring triggered this particular portion of the ordinance. We had a 50% increase in assessed value for the proposed improvement. Based on that 50%, all of the trigger standards were activated. There was an appeal that was considered by City Council in March, and that appeal was approved. However, the freestanding sign issue was not addressed at that time because of staff oversight. The sign appeal is currently staff initiated. However, we have had contact with Starbucks and their representative, and they are asking for this exception. There's one existing sign on General Bruce, which is 75 feet tall, that is depicted here on the screen, the top right. There is also a 40-foot sign that is located between Whataburger and the Starbucks itself. Here's an overview of the particular signs, and the largest sign is toward the major intersection at Adams, and then between the 2 properties, the Whataburger and Starbucks. The current ordinance provides that it allows for 1 pylon sign that's up to 40 feet tall for travel-related uses, and it also indicates that the supports on that pylon sign must have masonry in a 1:15 ratio to the height. To comply with the full ordinance, the applicant would need to remove their 75-foot sign, as only 1 sign is allowed per site, and also the 6-foot wide masonry would have to be installed as the base for the 40-foot sign. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this request on April 16th, and they are recommending approval to City Council. Staff also recommends this approval based on the staff error, and I'd be happy to answer questions you might have.
We have had an initial case that actually the initial I-35 overlay triggered with a sign south of this location. strict with the requirements, is what I'm saying. Business south of this location. We set those standards because we're, again, exactly what we were talking about on 3rd Street. Although I wasn't quite on the same page for this sign requirement, I was actually against it, but it's the rule we're following now, so I'm for it. The majority of this council felt like this sign ordinance would make the I-35 corridor more appealing. So I'm for that now. And to go back now and say, well, just because we had an oversight, it's a mistake by staff. We all make mistakes. It doesn't negate the fact that we still have a sign up there that does not meet I-35 overlay. So if we're going to set these standards, I think we need to, there's no other reason for an exception, in my opinion, for a sign other than we forgot to ask them the first time. And I understand that that's a good reason. So
I think when this was brought up, we were told that the sign ordinance didn't apply because it was already in the process of going through, but or it was already in the process and we were in the middle of changing the sign ordinance, and that's why it went with it. But just like Mayor Pro Tem Schneider said, if that's the case, then why wouldn't it have triggered the original sign ordinance? I mean, why? It just seems that, I mean, the 70-foot sign is a big thing to overlook, and I guess that's what bothers me a little bit, because we have folks in town that we're holding their feet in the fire about this, and this, it doesn't look like this is the case in this scenario.
I didn't hear the reason that we're considering this is because staff overlooked it. All I heard was staff overlooked it when they brought us the exceptions before. Sorry, we're back here now. We'd asked for this exception a month ago, or March 1st, whenever it was, when they asked for the other exceptions. This would have been included in the exceptions. We're not asking to consider this exception because staff overlooked it.
Exactly.
Exactly. They're just apologizing for not having brought this to us in the first place. So that's not the reason that we're considering the exception, because we forgot.
Exactly.
So, okay. All right. I just want to make sure that was understood. So, is the one to the south the trailer sign that you're talking about? Okay. Didn't we grant an exception on that one?
You did. Actually, that ended up, I did some research on it, and the original, they did go through a regular appeals process for all their other site improvements. They were not proposing any sign at that time. That was back in September of 2011, and it only went to the city council. They approved the appeals that were requested. Subsequent to that, a sign contractor came in and made an attempt to pull a sign permit only. And that's when we applied the ordinance, because the original request did not trigger sign requirements. It was below that threshold. Now that they came in with a separate improvement for the sign, those standards were applied, and we brought a PD forth to City Council for consideration at that time, and it was approved.
Really close to the existing I-35.
Were they replacing an existing sign, or this is going to be a new sign?
This was a new sign.
And so the exception they're asking for are two signs that exist. Somebody, they're going to make them go through this process and set a precedent there, or we're going to set a precedent by saying existing signs can get an exception to the ordinance, and basically saying new signs, or, well, basically all new signs, whether it's new construction or a new sign request, are the ones that are going to meet those requirements. So is this a common sense appeal that we refer to?
But our trigger is if they're doing an exterior renovation, in this case they are, the sign is a trigger. I mean, it's a trigger, so we need to remove that whole sign on any remodel and only make it apply to new construction then. Because, I mean, it triggered the I-35 overlay, just by what they're doing.
The sign did? No.
No, the construction, the construction they're doing, it triggered that, okay? And that's in place, so why would we give them an exception in this case? I mean, we should never put it in there.
Why did we give them an exception on the other stuff they asked for?
Well, it's good reasoning, because we didn't have room for the landscaping, and they had a shared driveway for pavers with Waterburn. But again, so we need to, if we give this, well, exactly, anyone, okay, what about the next guy that comes? I mean, where are we going to?
If he's got existing signs, and the circumstances are similar, I would say that's why this is precedent setting. If he's going to build a new sign, and we're going to say, okay, because we let Starbucks keep their 75-foot sign, we're going to let somebody else build a 75-foot sign. No. That's what we said is not going to happen anymore. We're talking about leaving and not having to modify versus putting in a new sign to begin with. That's, in my mind, that's the differentiation.
But we need to rewrite the ordinance, I mean, the overlay, because the reason that we're taking all the signs down to 30 feet is because, you said it, Mayor, if you're not, they're going to look like a forest. If we have them all monumental, it's going to look all the same. I mean, my suggestion was going higher, but the council's passed and agreed upon is the reason we're taking these signs down to make it look better. And whether they're remodeling, we'll make the trigger. So we need to change the overlay and say, if they're remodeling and they're not touching the sign, we do nothing. If they want to replace their sign, then they got to meet the requirements. So I think if we go that direction, we need to change our overlay again and do that, because right now, for all the reasons we said that we want this, we're saying, it's okay.
Any other comments or questions, or I'll entertain a motion on item 7?
Looks like there's basically two variances. Number one, the 40 or 40-foot sign would not require a foundation around it, or
The masonry encasement.
encasement. And then the other is to allow the 7-foot signs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Could we require the masonry encasement around both of the signs?
That's at the pleasure of the council.
Or we could require masonry on the one, so that it effectively would be in compliance, and grant the exception to let them leave the 75-foot sign and not have to encase that. You could do that as an option. If that was your pleasure. Is there a motion desired?
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we require the 40-foot have the masonry encasement and leave the 70-foot sign as it is.
Okay, and motion, is the motion understood?
It's essentially granting the appeal for the 70-foot sign and requiring compliance on the 40-foot sign. And allowing them to have two signs, which is an exception.
That motion, is there a second to the motion? Second. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? There being none, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Cloud?
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Schneider?
No.
Councilmember Morales? Aye. Mayor Jones?
Aye. Item 8 is consider adopting a resolution authorizing an appeal of standards in Section 6.7 of the Unified Development Code related to the I-35 corridor overlay zoning for an existing commercial property with multiple tenants located at 2001 West Adams Avenue. Ms. Faust.
Yes, Mayor and Council, this property that we're looking at is commonly known as the former Albertsons Building. The applicant is Gene Williams, Salivay Incorporated, and Mr. Williams is present tonight for questions. Some background on this property, it's currently zoned commercial, and it is in our I-35 city entry sub-district, and I'll show you a map of that in just a moment. The existing structure is 63,000 square feet. There are 4 tenant spaces currently either existing or proposed. There is a bingo hall that is existing, a liquor store that is also existing. And with this development proposal, they're proposing to include a church and a bakery in the redevelopment. This is a site plan aerial of the property, and I want to point out a few items with this. On 2305, there is currently an entryway coming in off of that section. There is also on the frontage road, there is an entryway, and then further to the south, there's a common shared driveway that is not owned and is not the subject of this, well, it is the subject of the waiver, but it is not owned by the property owner. It is a shared driveway. Here is a view of the structure and some of the tenants that are in that property right now off of 2305. This is the view from the I-35 frontage. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a closer look. This driveway right here coming off of 2305 is being closed with the I-35 reconstruction. And also, this is the other driveway that will be closed with the I-35 expansion. Earlier, I mentioned a civic entry district, and we have different districts that have distinct characteristics per the I-35 code. The city entry district has the most requirements of all of the different districts. And the reason why is they are at very important gateway intersections to our community. The I-35 was triggered at the 31%. We made a calculation. There's a $296,000 cumulative investment to be made in the property through the last few years, and the assessed valuation is $961,000. So the trigger threshold was at 31%. What that means is that fits within our 25 to 49% applicability, and that triggers our site plan review, tree preservation, which is not applicable, parking, screening and wall standards, landscaping and lighting. It does not trigger signed requirements, architectural design, facade, or building materials. Some of the unique things that are happening with this site that are causing some of the situations and requests for appeal is they are losing 45-foot depth on West Adams. They're losing the West Adams entrance. They are also losing the entrance on I-35, and they're currently under negotiations with TxDOT regarding the right-of-way on the frontage road. They were unable to give me a specific loss of depth. That's still under discussion with TxDOT according to the applicant. And also wanted to note again that they are only working, their sole entrance into this property will be the shared driveway. This is the proposed site plan and landscape plan. As you'll note, and I'll describe these, there is a buffer that they have provided. All of it, the area in yellow is TxDOT taking or already owned. They have included things like foundation plantings, and also some of the internal and end islands that are required. They've also set aside extra area for landscaping. They have met many standards that are in the I-35 ordinance, the parking spaces and the requirements for backing motions, the curb and gutter, the garage and service bays are in the rear. They have screening for their mechanical. As mentioned earlier, they provided additional landscape area. There's a parking screen, row hedge, the interior islands and landscape buffer, and also a 2-foot high berm on the perimeter buffer area. And so now I'd like to go over the exception requests, and I'll go through these briefly. The parking aisles must be perpendicular The applicant is proposing that the parking aisles be parallel to the entry, and that goes back to the problem area that we have right now with the shared parking area. It's not as feasible to preserve parking, and also I guess you can argue whether it is perpendicular or not when you look at the entry is really here, not necessarily here. Also, there's a lighting requirement. Currently, the applicant is not proposing any lighting changes at this time. They would like to keep their existing lighting and maintain it. If they were to include any new lighting to the site, they would need to meet the new development requirement. Regarding the foundation plantings are required along 70% of the face of the building. On the I-35 side, that calculates to 175 feet. They are proposing 126. And on the West Adams side, they're fully complying with the foundation plantings. Thus, it's a request for partial exception. On the landscape buffer, a landscape buffer of 25 feet around the perimeter is required due to the TxDOT takings and their desire to maintain the current parking levels that they're proposing. They're proposing that there be 16 feet in lieu of 25 on the I-35 side and 10 feet on the West Adams side. Regarding terminal parking, this requirement only triggers one row, and that is to be in the rear. The rear does not include the terminal islands. There's not enough room in order to accomplish that. There is a requirement for median islands, 10 feet in width every third row. Under the parking calculation and the configuration, that would require them to have one median island. They are not proposing any at this time because they seek to keep their parking spaces. Landscape buffer, there's a requirement for 10 feet in the rear. There is not a proposal for that buffer as a substitute, but there's not adequate space in the rear for that function based on the current site configuration. The ordinance also requires 16% of the trees be evergreen. The applicant proposes to do 100% deciduous, utilizing red oaks and crepe myrtles, and no mitigation was offered for that particular item. Because there are special requirements in the city entry sub-district that I mentioned, this has the most requirements of all areas because of its unique position as a gateway. There's some additional requirements here. There's an additional 10% vegetation required in the landscape area due to the other requests they had to reduce the depth of that area. There's not room for additional vegetation. The ordinance requires a tree, one every 25 feet, which would yield 16 on I-35 and 8 on West Adams. They are meeting the requirement on West Adams, however, they have a reduction to 10 in lieu of 16 trees on the Adams side. This proposal that they have meets our basic ordinance standards, which is 130. Also, there's requirements for ornamental trees. They're proposing 10 in lieu of 14 on the I-35 side and 5 in lieu of 7 on the West Adams side. Again, it goes back to the limitation of the depth of the landscape buffer. Driveways, and this was mentioned in a previous case, driveways are required to have paving stone or brick for 50% of the throat. They are proposing not to be able to accomplish this due to the fact that they're sharing that driveway with another property owner. Based on all of the following, the staff recommends approval of all the proposed alternative standards, basically because the applicant has made efforts to meet the intent and spirit of the ordinance. This particular site does have physical constraints that were outlined, and also the configuration of the site is difficult. We're also losing 2 driveways and dealing with a shared driveway. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed this request on April 16th and are making a recommendation of City Council for
always like that Why no evergreens? Is the applicant here?
Yes, sir, he is.
No. If you don't mind, sir. Good evening, welcome.
I'm Gene Williams, from Cannon, Texas. The evergreens, seems to us that the red oak is more natural for this part of the country for us. Anything else?
I was just curious why they have a tree, the leaves fall off. Council will entertain a motion on item 8.
Motion to approve.
Second. Any discussion? Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Klaus.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Schneider.
Aye.
Councilmember Morales. Aye. Mayor Jones.
Aye. Mr. Williams, thanks for investing in our community.
Thank you all very much.
Item 9 is consider adopting a resolution appointing one alternate member to the Bell County Public Health District Board of Directors. Still don't have anyone to bring, and I would just ask that we just leave this off until we finally have somebody. There's some changes going on in Bell County Health, and I'd like to know some more answers before we, so we can give somebody an answer what they're jumping into. So entertain a motion to table.
Table it definitely.
Motion is second to table. Definitely. Until we bring it back. There's no further discussion, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Klaus.
Aye.
Councilmember Dunn. Mayor Pro Tem Schneider. Councilmember Morales. Mayor Jones.
Aye. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here this evening. We are adjourned.